discussing the purpose of the day, which is now why this induction, why is it important? And then we are going to be calling upon Mr. Sianda Manele from the Research on Innovation around 9:25. It might be a little bit late. We'll try to be on time though. And then we are going to do the intellectual property. As the DVC rightfully said, this process also needs certain systems to work. And then we will talk about, we'll have a discussion after the presentations by Mr. Manele as well as Mr. Gopu. And then we will move forward to the library services, as they are also very, very important in making sure that we progress as the postgrads of the university. And then we do the research ethics, as well as we get a message from the postgrad students, and then we discuss the challenges that are faced by the students. And then we open again a line of communication where we discuss our issues, and then these will also be communicated further to the office of the DVC. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am now just going to give you a purpose of our the induction. For me, I am not going to be doing a presentation, but I just want to talk to you as the postgraduate students and say, I'm just going to give you a scenario of a three-legged pot so that you can better understand the importance of this induction. When you are now coming here at the university and doing your postgraduate, which I am actually congratulating you for making it on a higher level. Then I need Kobelizanda online, join us, actually applauding ourselves. It's not easy. All right. Thank you so much. And now I refer to you as a three-legged pot. A three-legged pot has now that is you as a student. Then you have your supervisor, and then the other leg is the other. Because now some of you are married, some of you got children, and some of you are looking for funding, you know, all these other issues that are actually now influencing your progress in your postgraduate level. Then in this particular pot, it's a big one. Then there is what we have now is the content with the food. Therefore, because I come from consumer science, I'll make reference to food. Then in this pot, we've got food, right? This food is your pieces. This is what you are trying to cook. And now, for this pot, three-legged pot, to actually cook the content in this particular pot, it needs what? The processes and the systems that the DVC referred to earlier on. What are we talking about these processes and systems? In this scenario of mine, we are actually talking about the wood, the matches that is going to be lighting this fire, so that this fire, it becomes equally distributed in order to make sure that the thesis, which is the content, is actually cooked to quality, because the University of Zululand requires quality. So if now all of us, we are not considering the systems and the processes and only regard the three-legged pot and the content as the only thing that is actually going to be taking us to where we're supposed to go, we are making a big mistake, because that three-legged pot and the food that is inside that pot cannot cook themselves. I hope we are together. That pot, in order for it to function, it needs what? The firewood. Not just the firewood, but it must be having that fire that is going to be hot and be equally distributed to make sure that the content is well cooked. Otherwise, if we don't understand the wind, where it's coming from, and protect it, if maybe it's going to destroy the fire, then we are going to be caught unprepared, and then the food that we are going to be cooking is going to be half cooked or not even cooked. So I think this is the primary purpose of now the office of the DVC trying to say, today we must have yet another a session of now talking about induction. And I think from that angle, that's how we need to understand the importance as well, not just the importance, but the value of you sitting here Because when you left home or you made a decision to actually now be what we call a postgraduate, which we had said that you are a very important stakeholder of the university, you actually had to sit down and make decisions. Some of those decisions were not supported by your family members because they don't understand your aspirations, your ambitions. But you are here and you're calling yourself a postgraduate. Now we need to understand what systems should we set for ourselves to make sure that we progress at discipline level and department level. You have your supervisor who's going to be guiding you, and this is a supervisor who is now going to help you to actually make sure that the content of that three-legged pot is actually cooked. But there should be this layer, which is now Professor Kunene is actually referring to say, today, let us unpack these concepts, these important processes, these important systems that are going to enable us to actually make sure that we do not stay here at the University of Zululand for more than the time that we're supposed to be here for. Because the world and the South African context is also waiting for the solutions that are going to be emerging from your postgraduate reports as well as articles. So in that manner, this particular event, it is for you. You are the primary beneficiaries. So I am going to urge you that you are actually now invite all the postgraduate students, your friends, your colleagues to come and join us, because this is very, very important so that everyone can be on board. We can all move together and make ourselves proud. When you make yourself proud, you are making your supervisor proud. You are making your department proud. You are making your faculty proud. And you are making the University of Zululand proud. So please, can you just send SMSs and WhatsApp and all that to your own friends so that they can also join us online, because we have about 20 people now going to 30 who have joined us online, but we also need to fill in this venue because it is very, very important for us to know where we are going and what can assist us in our path, as well as what is going to make us better postgraduate students who are graduating from the University of Zululand. I hope that this brief presentation that is now presented in a form of a three-legged pot, you better understand it and it makes sense, and it actually supports the decision that you have taken today to actually be part of this induction. So I'm not going to waste much more time because I can see that Mr. Mangele is also here. So Mr. Mangele is supposed to come and present. He is coming from the Research and Innovation Office, and Mr. Mangele is going to be talking about socializing research policies, instruments, postgraduate research guide, rubric, MOU, annual progress, reports, proposal, template, and research processes. Because if you do not get to understand what type of wood that you need to put together in order for your proposal to actually go through, then you're going to be stuck and your content, your food is not going to be well cooked. So he is going to give us that information on how to best make it work. All right, Mr. Mengele, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm not sure that I'm going to live up to the presentation that you just did, but I'm going to try. Because you are a teacher by profession.
The mic is just one, so you just pick, we'll pick you up.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and the presenters online. See, we have about 30. I'd just like to request my colleagues to, maybe one of them to log on so that we can also pick up the attendance register online and also be so we can balance. So my conference, I would like to further thank Professor Kolanis. And it's a very busy time of the year, research marking exams, but you did make time to prioritize this. We really appreciate the Faculty of Science always showing up in research and postgraduate support. So I'm just going to take you through the content, research office, who we are, our university strategy. You are postgraduate students, so it's important that you understand the university strategy so you can align what you do with the strategy of the university. Also, I'd like to acknowledge both the postgraduates here association. Thank you very much. And then I'll take you through the deputy deans. Who are they? What are their roles? It's important because you have these deputy deans sitting somewhere, but you're not sure when to contact them, how to contact them, what are the hierarchies of contacting them, whether you jump the supervisor or you go straight or you jump the HOD, what is their role? I'm going to take you through that. Share with the research policy, university policies. We've got about 10 or 15 of them. So, but I'm not going to go through them, just a list so that you know where to get them if you have time to read them. A revised MOU, very important. Higher Degrees Committee, applications go to Higher Degrees Committee. What is Higher Degrees Committee? What does it do? What are its challenges? What are the things that we pick up on your review? Ethics Committee, University Ethics Committee, what is it? What do they look for? What are the challenges that they are facing when they are reviewing your application? And passive and active monitoring that we are doing, and then research integrity as a whole. So I haven't put a name in the face, but these are our staff members, the research office. I think you've seen our DVC, Professor Bunene, who has to do the opening and welcome. And then there's Umis Peng, who's a PA to the DVC. And then our director, Professor Byron Brown, who's our director of the research office. His PA, Umis Mtetwa, that's myself, dealing with research ethics and postgraduate support. And then this is Daniela Leon, who deals with research outputs and publications. And if you want to attend a conference and all of those issues, we've published an article. She's the person to talk to. Contract and grants funding for our academic staff members. And then we've got Ubonisiwe Ndlovu, who's our senior administrator, intellectual property. You should be presenting just right after me on how to identify intellectual property. That's very important because identification of intellectual property within our research is something that we are not really taking priority of, and it's important. And then we've got Mr. Mzamombono, who's our senior administrator for postgraduate studies, who deals with Higher Degrees Committee. And then Ms. Zintlentuli, who's our administrator, training and development, capacity training development. Maybe you've seen her email in some of the things that she posts. It's important that you know who she is, and if you've got any questions, you do. And then we've got my colleague, Noma Shoba, who's in charge of NRF and postgraduate funding. Mr. Mtengo, also NRF and honors postgraduate funding. Again, they're not brothers, right? So you didn't do any, just the same surnames. Who's dealing with research ethics, all the ethical clearance application, high degrees in research ethics. And then we've got Ms. Hattie, who's our ethics and quality assurance administrator. And then we've got Professor Njuho, who deals with statistics, especially for those who are doing science, quantitative data. So he's the one who helps and on that and assists if you've got anything. So please do come through. And then last but not least, our manager, community engagement, Dr. Mamu Salekawa, who's responsible for community engagement. Anything that you need to understand of how to access communities ethically and doing them right, and all of the issues that you might have, she's the right person to do so. So our research strategy is driven by these two colleagues, our DVC and our director. It's derived from the university strategy. The university strategy has lots of strategies: teaching and learning, community engagement, then there's a research component. So it's important as a postgraduate students just to familiarize yourself and know what are the university strategies. There are not many. So one is to establish the university as a key node of African thought. So what does this mean? If you're thinking of doing furthering your studies on PhD or publishing a paper, think around about how we can just include or promote as UNIZU as a key node of African thought. think around that. We work with the supervisors. Increase research output and postgraduate throughput. It's very important. We are trying to have more postgraduate students. In the SADC region, we don't have postgraduate students. In the international students, we don't have postgraduate students. Most of our postgraduate students are really from within. They're growing our own team. And we have a challenge there because now we have a challenge there now because we have to increase our postgraduate intake for 2024 and have more postgraduate students from outside the country so that we can balance. Because SADC region and with South Africa have an agreement that there must be a certain percentage in each institution where postgraduate students start. So that's part of what we are trying to do. So in that strategy, we have to do postgraduate retention. How are we taking care of our postgraduate students that are within UniZulu? Those who are coming from undergrad to postgrad, how are we helping them maneuver the change? That's also very important. Increased number of staff with PhDs. You need to be supervised by experienced staff members. So we are increasing the number of staff members with a PhD. We have advertised and we are finalizing the shortlisting of 27 postdocs for the university. Increasing currently, we are sitting with 14 postdocs, but we are now advertising. We are now shortlisting and finalizing. We are going to be adding 27 postdocs. How do postdocs work? Postdocs help in reducing the load of academic staff members on teaching because they come in and supervise. And you'd have heard in some of the departments that other supervisors are sitting with a lot of students who they are supervising, which later jeopardizes the outcome and the productivity and the graduation part of postgraduate students. So we're trying to bridge that gap to say, can we give more support? Postdocs are people who have PhDs, but have no experience in teaching, and they just come out of their PhDs. So they come in to be mentored. For example, a postdoc will be got by Prof. Foranisi. She's an experienced researcher and academic staff member. She'll have a person who will be a postdoc under her, where some of her supervising, they will co-supervise together. Some of her research, they'll co-publish together. Some of her teaching, the person will be doing. So it's also mentoring focus. So we're going to be having 27 across all faculties. It's not enough, but it's something that we're doing. Increased industry-related research and innovation. Here we're asking departments that are working with community engagements and industries. We're in a very best geographical area when it comes to UniZulu, right by the harbor, by the Sodwana Bay, up north of KZN, where we've got a lot of industries that are around, and they could really help when it comes to promoting research. It's a pity that universities like University of KwaZulu-Natal and DUT are taking a chunk of our industries, and we are just sitting here and we're not taking that advantage. So we are moving towards that. It's now in a strategy, so it's something we are now focused on doing. Aligning knowledge cluster areas with national and regional priorities. That's more for academic staff members. Broadening UniZulu's local, national, and international footprint through strategic and high impact partnership. I'm happy on that because we're making quite a good progress with our academic staff members. We cannot always say everything is bad. There's also good that is being done. There are a lot of collaborations. Our academic staff members come to our office to apply for conferences, apply for research programs. You can see they are engaging with universities in the African context outside of the country. So we are making a progress. Good news on that note was that I think it was last month or 2 months back where the University of Zululand won an award at NRF, was recognized as an emerging research university. So our academic staff members are really doing the work. I was shocked myself because when I look at the stats, we're always sitting at number 20, number 18 out of 26 universities. But winning that award really showed that next time we must now be an established research intensive institution. So it is a very good, and that goes to our hardworking academic staff members with you as postgraduate students through the research that you are doing. And last but not least is to promote and facilitate reciprocal sustainable cooperation between the university and community-generated new knowledge. That Dr. Lekoa is really working so hard in that, in putting our footprints to communities, to be well known, to partner with university communities and not use communities as just a cash cow, where we're doing research, you're giving us knowledge, then we go. But Dr. Lekoa is really working hard on going to communities and making us create a partnership, a relationship with communities. And UniZulu to be known as an institution that upholds Ubuntu. So that's what our we are doing. Who is our research deputy deans? That's very important. Our research deputy deans are all male, as we know that all our deans are female, so it's balanced. In the Faculty of Education, we've got Professor Kamede, and in the Faculty of Humanities, we've got Professor Naidu. And in the Faculty of Commerce and Administration and Law, we've got Professor Kasaram. And in the Faculty of Science, we've got Professor Innocent Moore. These are our deputy deans. What is their responsibility? The deputy deans are in a short sense, they are the research office at faculty. They are us at faculty. They are responsible for everything that we do centrally at the faculty level. We do acknowledge that they really need support administratively, but they are really working so hard. And it's a very good one because our deputies have been in the institution for over decades. So they've been really working hard and they've got an open door policy. So it's important to know them and understand who to talk to. When do you talk with deputies? As a postgraduate student, there's a hierarchy that you must follow. Everything that you do as a postgraduate student, you start with your supervisor. You don't write to the research office. You don't write to the deputy dean without the inclusion of your supervisor. So if you want to find out about your medical clearance, where's your status of your higher degrees, don't write straight to us. Your supervisor must do that. Talk to your supervisor. We are strengthening a supervisor and student relationship. It's very important because that is something that might be easily missed. So that's something that needs to be done. And then the research policies. Research policies, I'm not going to go through them, but it's a list that I've provided for you. It's found on our university website. So here we've got a postdoctoral policy, postgraduate admissions policy. You should know these things. How you are, what are the requirements when you are admitted, and what are the requirements when you're being assessed? We do have an assessment policy, prevention of plagiarism. You don't want to meet this policy in a disciplinary hearing when you are not aware of. You need to know it. In each area of development, this is very helpful to choose the right research topics to do or projects, because the university has niche areas in each faculty that we need to also align our research towards that. Postgraduate assessment guide, that's very important. We've been having a conversation with the assessment office where we are asking them to also take part in these inductions. Come and tell me what do external examiners look for when they are marking your thesis. It's very important. As you are writing, you know what things that you are writing for. And we always advise that postgraduate students must understand what are the issues that examiners pick up. How do they read your thesis? And how do they mark your thesis? And how do they come up with a particular mark? So when you're writing, you understand. For an example, we are sitting with, but I'm going to talk more about it at the higher degrees committee. We are sitting with a problem where most of our postgraduate students in their research proposals are defining terms. They just define terms. And then they call it a proposal. We can't hear their voice in the proposal. We just hear according to, therefore, but you can't hear a student's voice. So we want to decrease that. Can we hear your voice? Then you argue according to that person. An argument, how you paraphrase an issue that you are picking up. And we are collaborating with the Center of Writing Center and Prof. Magusela, we requested them to teach students how to paraphrase. What does it mean? Not copy and paste, but how do you paraphrase? How do you take things from the journal and put them? How do you not define? And the research methodology, everyone is talking about Creswell said. There are a lot of other scholars that have written about research methodology, and you have to argue and talk according to your study. What are you saying about it? An argument. What is an argument? When you argue, what does it mean? So we're sitting with a lot of proposals that come in, and we're just seeing a lot of according to, like someone is writing a report. And when we send it back, and you pick up that another postgraduate student is discouraging because it's like now they are missing it. So the conversation must start. And I'll be posing this one to the Postgraduate Association to take this forward, because there must be sessions that are put for all postgraduate students where we discuss this issue. Each part, aims and objectives, how to write your hypothesis if need be, how to formulate your research questions, methodology, how to engage in the methodology, community engagement, your positionality in the study, no mention of positionality in the study. What is your contribution in the study, and how are you going to observe ethical issues on your positionality for the study? Things that you have to engage. So we want our postgraduate students to come up with skills of being researchers, not just holding a master's. Because if you go to another institution, they expect you to run. They don't expect you to learn. So it's very important. So there's are many other conversations that we are having, but that's important documents that are put together. for information that is important that I'm going to talk about briefly. Research proposal guide. We've provided that for you. It's the research proposal template. The template explicitly explains under objectives, what are the examples or what are the things that you can write for. So we've got that template. Supervision MOU. I'm going to explain in detail what it is, how to fill it in, and what is its importance. Research and innovation framework. For those who are doing innovative research, it's very important to understand and know about it. Statement on the use of AI in research. The university has a statement on the use of AI in research, and you must know about that statement. So not willingly download AI and use AI in your research, because when we are now submitting for examination, we put it on copy leaks or turn it in, pick up AI, and if you never mentioned that there was a use of AI, then we pick up that which was generated by AI. So there must be an acknowledgement on that, but there is a conversation that has been going on, and it's open for postgraduate students to further have sessions like this. It's open. You can invite other institutions, put together, call us and say, can we have a conversation about AI? Can we argue why is it at stake on this and how is it supporting us? It's open. You are postgraduate students. You have the right to have any dialogue that is positive, contributing to an improvement of your research. Postgraduate assessment guide, it's also there. Postgraduate admission and registration. So all these documents, I'll ask after the once you fill in the registration, we're going to send you all these documents if you need them. They are provided and they are there. We can send you. Here, this is very important because now I'm posing this one to the Postgraduate Association, whether it's a bigger level or at a faculty level. Postgraduate students must have this. We need to be invited by you to have coffee breaks. You're sitting like this in the afternoon. There's a session about ethics. There's a session about admissions. There's a section about the process of assessment. There's a section about community engagement. There's a session about supervision. You have issues of supervision, and there's a dialogue. We don't always have to come and do protest or show our grievances all the time and say the university is not doing this. From a dialogue, have a dialogue like this, and then from that dialogue, write to us and say, we as postgraduate students sat down, we've discussed this, and we are presenting this to them. That's how other institutions improve. They're not universities just because they can, but it's the help of their postgraduate students taking the pride of being a postgraduate student. But instead, the University of Zulu, sometimes I pick up, and I've told this to our postgraduate students act like undergrads. Yeah, I think the transition has not become, I think we have to have a ceremony. When the person is moving from undergrad, we must have a ceremony where we say, you are no longer an undergrad. So the thinking must change. The way you write your emails must change. The way you attend to issues must change. If you have an issue, call a meeting, minute it down. And then next time you refer to that meeting. We had this meeting, we talked about this. Because that's the skill that you're going to take at the workplace. That's how we resolve issues at the workplace. We don't protest. I can't go to my HOD and say, hey, but last week you said, no. Dear policy, referring to the last email, this is what I'm referring to. But you've learned it through your postgraduate study. Because the Department of Higher Education, Dr. Zimani has always stressed, we need to produce PhD students who are thinkers, not just people who are just getting the PhD, who have skills, presentation skills, speak public skills, thinking skills, problem-solving skills. Those are the issues that we work on. So faculty debate, we've started as the research office. Coffee breaks, we are still waiting from the Postgraduate Association. We haven't had anything, but we've started with the faculty debate, and the Faculty of Science did very well, Faculty of Commerce did very well, Faculty of Education had about 150. It was online because their students are scattered. But I was very proud of the Faculty of Education for their postgraduate students to stand up and understand what we're trying to preach. You are postgraduate students, you're not just a student. And give the undergrads their time to protest, run around, give them that you need to go and think. It's very important. Supervision MOU. Supervision MOU is a document to be discussed clearly. The purpose of this MOU is for you as postgraduate students to have a conversation with your supervisor. We've picked up at the University of Zulu that I think it's a WhatsApp conversation. You can register for your master's, you do qualify. Register, you register, okay, start working the proposal. All those conversations are done on WhatsApp. A person then, when they have a problem with their supervisor, they come to the research office and say, I haven't seen my supervisor for 6 months or 8 months, and and then you ask, you're already doing chapter 2. So how are you guys supervising each other? What is the relationship? You know, and that's where the problem is. So we put an MOU in place to say, you and your supervisor must sit down together, have an agreement. The MOU covers issues like how you're going to do the undertakings, supervisor general undertaking. What is your responsibility? What is the supervisor's responsibility? Because the issue that with the past issues that we've had, it's when students have raised issues that I haven't seen my supervisor, but I'm about to graduate. When we go to the supervisor says, hey, I haven't seen that one forever. How? So who's telling the truth? So this MOU will tell you that you are not doing the supervisor any favor of coming and being a postgraduate student. You took this decision. What does it mean to be a postgraduate student? Partying on weekends, done. Socializing, done for the next 2 years, for the next 3 years till you get it. So if you don't change your lifestyle, but you are doing your postgrad, you won't finish it. I assure you. You'll keep on registering. You won't finish because it needs you to prioritize. There are things that you need to let go. If you've got a family, you have to sit down with them and have a conversation. Your partner, have a conversation. Your child, have a conversation. There are times where I won't be available because I need to focus. Same with our supervisors. They also have to take a responsibility. They're not doing you a favor. It's part of their job. They've signed that they even get promoted through their supervisor. So they mustn't focus on a certain group and ignore a certain group. They must not take more than they can chew. So they must be undertaking that are done on their part. Joint undertaking, what is your joint undertaking? Resolving differences. If you've got differences and issues, how do you resolve them? It's very important because there are a lot of cases that we always pick up. There are a lot of issues that we always pick up. And of course, in the journey of a postgraduate student supervisor, there will be breakups. There will be times where you don't see eye to eye. There will be times where there's a lot of questions that I always get in the induction way from students when they say, what do you do when your supervisor tries to make you change your research? You know, and then my question is it because they're really trying to make you change the research, or you are coming with an idea that you know better? How do you balance that? Then that's a conversation. How do you balance it? When I did my studies, my supervisor told me that you're no longer a specialist in the field because I was working when I'm doing it. So you're no longer a director or a CEO in your company. You are a student. So you're not going to tell me how to do things. I'm going to teach you. And that's a skill that you must always carry. Learn. Don't come as always you know things. You don't know anything. You've never been a professor before. You are here. That's why you're doing your master's. You can't be doing your master's the first time, but you already know critical things about your master's. You need to learn. So it's important to understand that, are you being told or they're trying to make you change? How can you argue that the supervisor is making you change your study or trying to help you? You know, if you're, because some students come with a ridiculous idea. They say they want to interview 250 participants. Is it going to take you 10 years? 10 years to interview 250. So if your supervisor says, no, do 10, yeah, they're making me change the stats. what is this? You know, but they know better because they've supervised. They know that 10 can take you 6 months. Then you're done for this data analysis, this and this. So it's important that joint undertaking, resolving differences is important. We're not saying supervisors are always perfect. They also go through their own issues and just disappear. They don't respond to your emails. They don't respond to your chapters. Those issues are there. But how do you report this thing? It's important that you don't jump straight up. You have a conversation with your supervisor. There are descriptions of how to do this, but you have a conversation with your supervisor, have proof that you've been trying to contact with your supervisor. Then you move to the HOD. Then you move to the deputy dean research, the one that I told you. Then you move to the dean before you come to the research office. Because if you report to us directly, we send you back. Has the faculty resolved this? The faculty has all the powers. Even for your graduation, the faculty dean makes the final decision whether this student can graduate or not. Because when the feedback comes from examiners, there's a faculty postgraduate committee that makes those decisions. The research office doesn't have any involvement in that process. So hierarchy and knowing how to follow processes of reporting, very important. It's also a skill when you go to work. Don't jump, because sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot. Important notes, record of agreement on place, date and time and milestones. It's very important. In the MOU, it's written there. How are you going to meet for this year? What are you aiming at achieving? When are you finishing your proposal? when you're writing your chapter 2, when you're sending out your proposal to the relevant structures, when you're intending to collect data, it must be written there somewhere. Those dates might change, but you must have a plan. Monitoring and communication, that's very important. How you're going to be responding. What is the agreement? With my supervisor, I used to have 2 weeks. 2 weeks turnaround time, we agreed, 2 weeks turnaround time. In everything that I do, 2 weeks turnaround time because I was working. 2 weeks turnaround. So you can agree, a month, a week, 3 days, you have to agree on the contact sessions. The university is saying a minimum of 8 a year. We need proof. You won't graduate without showing us proof that you've met 8 times a year. Minimum. You can meet 10 times, you can meet 15 times, you can meet every week, you can meet every day, depending whether you're part-time or full-time. But we are saying as the university, you must meet contact sessions, sit down 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever, virtual, whatnot, 8 times a year. It's important. And then progress reports. Progress report. I'm going to be sending an email now before end of October requesting for annual progress report. What have you done this year? I need that report. And next year I'm going to change that report to be a blind report where your supervisor feels something else, you feel something else, so that we can see. So my intention, and I'm happy that the DVC did approve this with the director. My intention is that the dean must make a decision whether you should register for the following year. Because you can't be sitting the whole year and doing nothing, and then you're just registering. Because it affects even our NRF grant holders. They just register, call the money, go build a home somewhere, never do anything, come back, put a report, call the money, and go home. You know, there's a joke that is going around. And we are sitting as a high institution that has no turnaround time. High people students that are dropping out. You know, you again go to CHE or go to DHET and say, I've been registered at University of Student for 5 years and no one has been taking notice of me. I haven't been getting any attention or supervision, and I'm now dropping out because I don't have funding. Only to find that you register, then you disappear. You don't attend any training. You don't attend any, even one training a year, one for proposal writing, data analysis, anything. Then my question is, how do you know how to write a proposal if you haven't even done one training on it? How did you know how to analyze data? But that's a story for another day. Things are going to change. That I can assure you. So in the research proposal template, these are just a few things. This is how it is. You're going to see it when I send it to you. It just gives you a breakdown of the actual proposal, one by one, all the way down up until the annexures that you have to attach. Very important to understand the background. What does the university mean when they're talking about a problem statement? It's not a cast in stone because we've got different disciplines. Science is different from humanities and social sciences, but this is just guiding you of what needs to be in a proposal. So it's very important that you understand and take note of. This is some ways of us supporting you to finish. Start something and finish. You know, so that you can allow other people to come in the system. Because you being in the system affects the new people who are coming in. So it's very important to understand. Finish with quality, with knowledge and skills. Be a critical thinker. The processes are fairly simple. I'm sorry that the processes currently are really done on paper-based. We're still supporting paper-based, we're still submitting manually, but we are working on the system and we're hoping that the system will be active in 2024. It's been dragging. I know Postgraduate is going to be asking, we've been having this conversation since March. Now you can march into my office for that, it's fine. But these are just the steps that you would find on our website. That a postgraduate student must submit a statement of intent. How do you register? How to become a postgraduate student? The HOD must identify the person who has those skills or has those expertise to supervise. HODs play the critical role, by the way. And then a supervisor gets appointed. Students, they must present in the department or in the faculty, depending how big the faculty is. But we must have presented your research. At a master's or PhD level, we must have presented and defended it. Why? It's important that for thinking purposes, if you are sitting here and I'm presenting my research, you are here to critique what I'm saying and you're helping me to improve it. Also, improving the presentation skills, it's also very important. And then faculty ethics committee approve your thing. It goes to faculty boards, and then from faculty boards, then it comes to the research office. Higher degrees and ethics, we're going to talk about it now. What is higher degrees and what is ethics committee? So higher degrees committee is a Senate committee that reviews the following: all master's and doctoral research proposal for quality, reviews supervisor appointments and approves it, reviews all external examiners and approves them, Review all amendment requests, whether we are changing the title or change of supervisor. Sometimes the supervisor can leave, and then the HOD decides to move you to someone else. And again, that's an advice. You cannot tell an HOD not to move me, because some students have that prerogative all of a sudden that I want to work with so and so, and I want to do this. HOD is equipped enough to understand that you need that supervisor, or you can continue that supervisor or whatnot. That is the prerogative of the university. So if the supervisor moves to another university, the university where your research is registered makes that decision. It's very important. And we are working on a supervision policy, hoping to be finalized next year. So we can have guidance of how many students the supervisor can take, turnaround time, and all of those guidance principles. So this is what the higher degrees committee has. The responsible person is Mr. Nzamambona. That's his email address. Higher degrees is made up of all the structures that are there in the university. All DVCs sit in that committee, all three of them, the registrar, all the deans, all the deputy deans, and all the other structures that are there. We are working on having more, about 4 or 5 senior researchers who are gonna improve the robust discussion of the quality of the research. Higher degrees looks at the quality of your research. Does this amount for a master's? Is this really a PhD? We know what is being said. The PhD must be produce new knowledge. So you can't be thinking like a master's. That's why I'm saying for each degree, I think there must be a way of inducting students in that degree. If you're a master's student, what does it mean? What is expected? If you're a PhD, what does it mean? You cannot be getting the same head from a master's, because you've already done this, but you're not doing it in a different level. Challenges faced by higher degrees. This is just me summarized what are the common challenges that we get after the higher degrees committee sits and reviews your proposal. Overall research topics where the same person is going to Mhlabialinga and looking at the livestock in Mhlabialinga. What about the livestock in Mhlabialinga? Why not somewhere else? What is new knowledge that you're producing? How is this going to benefit the community and the university and your research at large? Is there any budget issues coming up? Alignment of aims, objectives, and research questions, big issue. Where someone is writing different aims. The topic is saying something else, the objectives are saying something else, and you could pick up that this was not well thought through. We're just rushing through. So it's important that as a postgraduate student, remember why you're doing that master's. If you're really doing it to change the title to a PhD, don't do it. Don't, because it's going to frustrate you. Because we're going to critically take you through because we think that you're in love with it. So firstly, you must fall in love with your research. This is the first thing. I know it's something that is hard to say, but you must fall in love with your research so it should be easy. It's easy to do something that you love. Another part is poorly written literature review, where a person is using 1967 worth of literature, 1941, but their question is in researching the relevant information. That also becomes a problem. All literature use, research schedule and budget. Students don't want to put a budget because they are saying the university is no longer offering them money to conduct research. Budget, there's no proposal even at work that doesn't have a budget. So it's a skill. You must tell us a budget of your proposal. Any proposal, if it's an NGO or whatever, it needs to have a budget. So that's very important. Poor language use, there's no proof of editing or editing required. Poor referencing, a person is using all AP and Harvard all at the same time. All at the same time. Even in the in-text citation poorly done, poor document submission. Administrative, the supervisor has not signed your proposal. HOT has not signed your proposal. There's no MOU, or the MOU is just your name and topic, and that's it. You've left it there. So you are treating the process as a tick box exercise. We're gonna send it back. If you don't take your process serious, we're gonna send it back. You are delaying yourself. So sit down, have a time. That's why the MOU is important to see your supervisor so they can help you with this. The proof of registration, we don't deal with students who are not registered for the current year. So if you're not registered, you're not going to do you a favor, we're going to throw it out. Turn-in report. Turn-in report will report as 0 out. 0. The person will say as 0 turn-in report. When I sit in the higher degrees commission, then I put it, I get 27. So did you adjust and what did you do? We have a problem with that as well. Ethics committee, I'm almost done. The ethics committee is a university ethics committee that is registered with the Department of Health nationally, which is governed by the National Health Research Ethics Council. So our ethics committee is registered with the National Health. All their guiding principles are derived from the National Health. It's not us who are telling you about ethics. We're taking it from the Constitution. On the Constitution, there are acts that are provided to the DOE, then there's the council, then there's us. All 26 universities in the country have registered ethics committees that are guided to review. In other universities, they've got a human, animal, biomedical, and environmental. At University of Zulu, we've got a human and animal research ethics committee only. The Grace Ethics Committee reports to Senate or the VC, depending on the institution. But the Senate and the VC does not have any statutory body over the committee because it reports direct to the NHRC. What does NHRC do? It audits these committees every 5 years. It registers them. We have to submit annually, every time on February, annual progress report. What have we done? What type of research that we've received? And then the NHRC can override the decision that can be made by the ethics committee. Only the NHRC, no one else. And then it can be dissolved as well or suspended. So what does the ethics committee look for? It looks for the study design, the alignment, research topics, and more or less the same. There are overlaps with the higher degrees, but that's not what we dwell on. What we look for is the risks and benefits. We're going to the community. Did you weigh the risks and benefits of how you're going to do that? Equitable and unbiased selection of participants. You did not select your friends or group of class. Identification of research participants, ensuring confidentiality, copy act, anonymity, all of those things. Data management. All research instruments, you must provide all of them, interview schedules, questionnaires, informed consent. The ethics committee looks at them, read your questions. Some of your questions become too long, 40-page questions. Who's going to be reading that? How long must the participant sit down and focus on that? Qualification of the researcher, are you qualified to do that from a point of the expertise? And then clear description of what, who, where, and why. This is very important because students must write clearly. I was advised by my supervisor, when you're writing a research, you must write it in a way that someone else that is not an expert in your field must read it. So if you are an expert in engineering, you must write a research that a person from history can read it and understand what you're trying to say. So you must write it for the reader. That's how reminders also mark your research because they mark according to, can this be read? Does it flow? Does it make sense? It's very important. And then challenges faced by ethics committees themselves. The methodology issue, more information is required. People don't put information on the methodology. They just give us definition. Creswell said, who said, but you're not telling us your participants, how old are the participants? The location, where in Kabalingana or Muto, Dan, gatekeeper. Are you going to need a gatekeeper permission or not? You must tell us this because it's a thorough process. Data storage. There's no mention of data storage. There must be a data storage, and we are working on having a data management policy where students must think through data storage. Who's going to have access to your data? How long are you going to keep your data? And all of those things, very important. How long are you going to retain and keep it? Community engagement, dissemination, benefit to the community, there's no mention. Just copy and paste from a previous or from the guide itself, and you don't have to do that. Research instruments, there are no translations of research instruments. Submissions of informed consent, they are not even translated, or informed consent is 1 page or half a page. The university has their own guidelines. We do have translated informed consent. We do have translated, informed consent is translated where in Zulu, but you can translate it in any other language. Very important. Gatekeeper permission, we do have templates of how your gatekeeper should have, all in the website. So we're trying to support that. Trust and credibility for the structure of the research and ethical consideration. Students just copy and paste ethical consideration. They never give themselves time to explain. In this study, ethics is going to be taken like this and this and this. So you don't have to tell us that like an honor student or like a third-year student, I will keep confidentiality on ethical theory. Masters and PhD students must be thought through a statement that explicitly explains how we're going to do trustworthy and credibility of your research. Active monitoring, this is another one, which is a big one where we were implementing. We've already started with passive monitoring, where before you graduate, you have to submit a certification form telling us how did you go about doing your data, and then we give you a compliance letter that you submitted with to the assessment office. Active monitoring, closure of the research, that's what we do. Submission of examination, you get a compliance letter. But there's a new one next year that you are doing, site visits and active monitoring, where we're going to also be requesting randomly. We're going to be requesting you to share with us your raw data. Because students just graduate, they just and then a person writes their PhD within 1 year and a half and they're done their content data and they're graduating. We are going to now ask for your raw data. You must share with us your raw data. Random, the university has the prerogative to do that. Also, we're going to be visiting high and medium risk sites. So we're going to be going with you to the site and watch you do the research. Because we are tired of the speculations and bad publicity that University of Zululand's degrees people are writing for them. If you meet these things on the media and you are shocked because you know that our professors are working very hard and they're doing quality research, right? Right? Yeah. So we have so much confidence. The person to talk to about that is Ntombo. He does that. And then when it comes to research integrity, really, I'm just going to go through. This is just for you to have research integrity within a culture. It must be a culture thing. As a researcher, you must be trustworthy, you must be transparent, you must know what you are doing and doing right. It's doing right and wrong, differentiating the two. We are there as the research office to train you on this, and we are trying to state to the university, say, can research integrity be taught at a first year level, like computer literacy? So the students would understand that it's not a favor to have integrity. You must have it as a researcher. And you mustn't start doing it at a master's level. Because I was talking to a student on a flight, so he was saying from first year up until honors, he was copying and pasting his assignments. But at the master's, he's now struggling to stop copying and pasting because he's been doing it for 4 years. Yeah. And you see, something that you've been to a habit is hard to take out. So it's important that you understand the research integrity, what we want, and how we promote it. As supervisors must promote integrity. They must talk to their mentees. They must confront correct and upright behavior. They must talk to them. Supervisors must not be scared of you because you're a director somewhere in an office and you are coming in. You are a student. Your proof of registration is written student. You are a student. You are a director there, you are a student here. You are a husband, you are a wife there. Different things. Organizations, we as university must do this training. We must promote research integrity and do training. So with that being said, thank you very much. We are available in the research office for any questions, for any other trainings or discussions or webinars. Again, reminding POSA and the upcoming structure, please have these endeavors, research coffee breaks, even if it's 4 or 5 people. You don't need a message to send a message. Maybe 1 or 2 people that have heard are going to be pioneers. With that being said, thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manuele. We really appreciate it. I think it goes back to one, the purpose.
Yes.
You cannot leave your home without a purpose. What really influenced you to actually make a decision, to actually say, I want to be a postgrad? Because I think from what Mr. Manuele is outlining to us, it's a huge responsibility to be a postgraduate student. Because, like we said earlier on, you are the most important stakeholder, because he has actually now given us even the responsibility that we also have to undertake, that is relating to the mission and vision of the university, as well as the strategy of this university. So I think when we are now engaging in our discussion later on, after we have invited Miss Bonisi Wendovu, we should be thinking about every little aspect that he has given to us, because according to my notes, I was like, you know what? If I go back to that scenario, Miss Ndlovu, I want you to get ready online so that we can just hand over to you when you are ready with your presentation. You know, I was looking at that scenario I presented earlier on, and I was like, okay, some of these aspects Mr. Manuele is talking about, they're actually the igniters of that fire. And if we do not have those within our hands, then there is no quality that we'll be referring to. There's no food, or which we are now calling the food. We say we are now solving the problems at the national, regional, you know, those AU issues that we are going to be referring to, or even the SDGs. Therefore, if we are not taking responsibility, the only thing that we are going to work out with is a thesis that is going to be in the library and the paper that you cannot make use of. So I think he was actually trying to tell us how to use these systems and processes that they have given to us. The most important thing that we need to also refer to is what Ms. Bonisi Wendlovu is going to be talking to us, the intellectual property as well as the rights. Over to you, Ms. Ndlovu. Ms. Ndlovu, can you hear us? Are you unmuted? Bonnie?
Thank you.
All right, yes.
Thank you, Prof. Let me. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Yes, I am Bonisi Wendlovu from the Research and Innovation Office, responsible for intellectual property innovation and funding. Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity and the introduction. I will switch off my camera because of the reflection and the quality of video, so that I can just go straight to the presentation.
Can you do the slideshow for us?
Okay, I'll do that now.
Thank you.
Can you confirm if you can see my presentation?
Confirmed.
All good, thank you.
Thank you. My responsibility for today is to give a presentation on intellectual property and its rights. So the objective basically is to give a general introduction to the concept of intellectual property, its rights, and its role in a technology transfer context. So the outline of the presentation will focus on the intellectual property, the importance of intellectual property and the types of intellectual property that our researchers and postgraduate students should look out for and be aware of, and then the legal framework for intellectual property. So what is intellectual property? Simply put, intellectual property refers to the creations of the mind, meaning that by law, there are creations of the mind that qualifies to be regarded as an asset. We might be familiar with the tangible assets, but in this case, we are focusing on the intangible assets. But for intellectual property or for those intangible assets to be regarded as intellectual property, they need to meet certain requirements. Then, if they meet all those requirements, then they can be regarded as intellectual property. And some of those requirements is that it needs to be new, meaning that it's never existed before. It shouldn't be obvious for someone else to do reverse engineering, and it should be applicable. And then in terms of ownership, who owns that IP? The intellectual property that is generated during the course and scope of employment, studies, or association with the university is owned by the university. So in this case, if there is intellectual property that is developed during the course of your employment or your studies, or you are associated with the university, in this case UniZulu, then that IP will be owned by the University of Zululand. This is because tools of trade are provided for by the university if you are an employee. Funds for conducting research and development is also provided for. The university, in this case, is an enabling environment. And with the employees in return, they are paid. And this, with regards to students, they have access to quite a lot of resources that can enable them to develop IP. Hence, the ownership belongs to the university. Then in terms of the importance of intellectual property, we research and innovate to develop products and processes that have the potential to positively impact our quality of life. So when we conduct research to identify existing problems or challenges. And then in terms of innovation, we are encouraging our researchers, our postgraduate students to be innovative in a manner that they are able to translate their research work into feasible products and processes that are able to bring solutions to societal challenges. I will make an example from the Northwest province. They had an issue in the previous years with regards to domestic animals, such as donkeys, because they quite use donkeys in that province. So they were causing accidents, mostly in the evening, because they freely range. So what they did at that university, they conducted research on how these car accidents can be reduced, and they developed a reflector. It's a kind of a spray that can be sprayed on animals, so that at night they can, when we are driving, we see them reflecting. But then in the nature of the animals, they shouldn't be having paint on their skin. So part of that research was to make sure that as they are sprayed, it doesn't have a negative impact on their skin or on their lives. So it's the kind of research that we are encouraging, that we shouldn't look far or think of certain breaking technologies, but we can solve our societal challenges through research, development, and innovation. Then intellectual property can be sold, licensed, or startup companies can be established as well to generate that stream income. Also, it is essential for our researchers and postgraduate students to be able to identify and characterize intellectual property that is being developed. So we are making these kind of awarenesses so that you are able to identify when you are working on a research, you are able to identify the potential IP that can emanate out of that research. Then the types of intellectual property that we'd like you to look out for and be aware of. The first of them, or one of them, it's a copyright. A copyright is an exclusive right granted by the law to the authors of original work. So they basically protect literary works, musical and sound recordings, artistic works, computer programs, it's the cinema, films, and the broadcasted work, such as the SABC and DSTV. So these rights exist automatically. One doesn't require to register for them. as long as one can prove that he or she is the one who created such work and at such date and time, and here is a proof. The term of copyright for literary, musical, artistic work is life of the author plus 50 years after death of the author. And then with cinematography, films, and broadcasted work, um, the lifespan is from the date they are created. So it's 50 years from the date they are created. Um, so copyright belongs to, in terms of ownership, whoever created that work. So it can be the author or the employer, but it depends. If we are saying the copyright belongs to the employer, it means that the your job description, there is a clause where it says you are required maybe to develop a content for this soapy or this film, then that copyright will then belong to the employer. Another example that I would make would be when you are hiring a photographer to take your pictures. Regardless of you paying the photographer to take your pictures, if you do not have an agreement to stay before he even takes those pictures, to say the ownership will belong to me because I'm the one who's appointing you. If you do not have that agreement, then those pictures will belong to the photographer, and you will see them posting on the social media because they do have those rights. So it's important that one is aware of such rights. And then the next one, it's the designs. A design registration provides protection specifically directed at the visual features of an article. It can be a shape or the appearance. A design may consist of 3D features, such as the shape of an article, or a 2D feature, such as patterns, lines, or color. The article must have a new shape, appearance, or configuration. So registered designs, they prevent third parties from making, importing, using, or disposing of articles in the same class and having the same or similar design. I have inserted a photo there of it's the Amaxhosa, it's Maxhosa Africa dress. If I'm sure one can realize that this is the Maxhosa design, and you can see the patterns. These patterns, they belong to Maxhosa, so you shouldn't be at any point be imitating your own Maxhosa or any other design that is protected, because they can take you to court because they do have the rights over these patterns and design. And should you be in a position of trying to imitate, that is infringement, and you can be prosecuted for doing that. The next one is the trademarks. A trademark is a mark that identifies the services or goods of one person and distinguishes it from the same kind of goods or services of another. You will see I've inserted the trademark for a pool, and we can see its evolution over the past 40 years, how it has changed. But everyone, even kids, they know when they see this Apple, that is, this is Apple, this is iPhone. And at any point, you shouldn't be trying to imitate this trademark, because you'll be persecuted. So this kind of right, it allows customers to distinguish their products or services from those of their competitors. It is generally protected for a renewable 10-year period. The other kinds of trademarks that we are familiar with, it's KFC, Coca-Cola, and LG. Then the next one is the trade secret or the know-how. Trade secrets, they refer to confidential information that is not known by the public but used strategically by the research team or company to generate income or maintain a competitive edge in the market. Unfortunately, trade secrets cannot be registered for protection because of its nature. However, strict policies can be put in place to maintain the secrecy. Those measures can be the non-disclosure agreements, where when we are disclosing to someone and they do a co-sign that non-disclosure agreement, they agree that they gonna protect that trade secrets or the know-how, then, and they wouldn't disclose it to anyone else. Also, one can limit their employees who know the secret, maybe to one or two, but not the entire organization should know the secret. And also, you can encrypt the files, have secure passwords to access confidential files. In this case, I made an example about the Nando's recipe. We know that with the Nando's recipe, we know that there are restaurants that are trying to imitate Nando's, but they are not even getting closer to getting that Nando's recipe. And also with the KFC, the festive season and Christmas is approaching. We'll be busy at home trying to make our own homemade KFC, but it's not gonna get any closer to KFC a recipe. This is because their recipe is kept as confidential. The same with the Coca-Cola. We have seen many kinds of cola drinks, but we know when it's Coca-Cola. The next one, it's the plant breeders' rights. This one, I think it's applicable to the Department of Agriculture. So the plants breeders' rights grants the holder the right to exclude third parties from producing, reproducing, conditioning for propagation, importing, exporting, or stocking the protected variety without authorization. Protection may be obtained for a new, distinct, uniform, and stable variety of any kind of a prescribed plant. Prescribed plants include agricultural crops, vegetable crops, fruit crops, ornamental crops, trees, and grasses. And for the plant breeders' rights, the term for protection is 25 years for vines and trees then 20 years for all other cases. Then I will move to patents. Then a patent is an exclusive right granted for an invention, which is a product or a process that provides a new way of doing something or offers a new technical solution to a problem. Granted patents gives the owner the right to exclude others from making or using the patented invention for a period of 20 years. To qualify for patentability, an invention must be new, should be non-obvious for anyone to think of it or even be able to do reverse engineering, and it should be applicable. In this case, I have made an example of a method of treatment. Let's say we are treating infection by using the antibiotics. Someone can say that the antibiotics are not effective to certain patients. Then they develop a new method of treatment. So that new method qualifies to be patented because it's new, it's non-obvious, and it is applicable. Then the last one is the geographical indicators. For geographical indicators, a product must come from a particular geographical region, area, or territory. So in this case, I think when doing research, it's possible to see that, okay, this product, or should I say, the kind of data that person is collecting is only native in this region, and you wouldn't find it, maybe if it's native here in KZN, you wouldn't find it in Mpumalanga. So the product name will be linked to the geographical nature of the region or the area. In this case, I have made an example of the Cape Velvet from Cape Town, because the wines, the grapes, they are native in Stellenbosch, Cape Town. So they have protected that geographical area that Cape Velvet or Stellenbosch wines, they are produced in Stellenbosch or they are produced in Cape Town. So they are also generally protected for a renewable 10-year period. The purpose is to stop others from using that geographical name. In terms of the legal framework for intellectual property, we are regulated by the Intellectual Property Rights from Publicly Financed Research and Development Act number 51 of 2008. This act makes provision that intellectual property that is emanating from publicly financed research and development is identified, is protected, is utilized, and is commercialized for socio-economic benefits of the people of the Republic. So it not always that one will make money from this commercialized intellectual property, but if they are making a difference to someone's life, they should be given to those people so that their standard of living can be uplifted, their societal problems can be addressed. And then we are also governed by the Technology Innovation Agency Act number 26 of 2008. This act seeks to support the state in stimulating and intensifying technological innovation in order to improve economic growth and the quality of life of all South Africans by supporting and facilitating development and exploitation of technologies. They have expanded their scope. They are no longer only limited to technologies, but they are also focusing on social innovation projects. So that, as I've indicated earlier, that should there be any societal challenge, if there is a solution or can be a solution can be developed to address those challenges, then they should provide support in making sure that that intellectual property is developed and is exploited. Also, as a technology innovation agency, they understand that the road or a process from lab to market is very long and expensive. So they are one of the funding systems that are available, that anyone can tap in. Yes, there are certain requirements that needs to be met, as well as they do not sponsor or fund basic research, but they need to see that the concept has been proven. Then maybe they can now consider to fund your IP project. For this year, because sometimes one wouldn't be familiar with all these, but I should say that we do have projects from our university, two projects that are funded by TIA. So one shouldn't be skeptical when we are sending out calls, shouldn't be skeptical of applying. If you feel that you do have potential IP that you want to apply for, you can apply. They even issue calls for grassroots innovation, meaning that we are not talking about these the cutting edge technologies, but when you feel that the society is having this challenge and it can be addressed in this manner or by doing this, one can apply for those kind of opportunities. Unfortunately for grassroots innovation, it has closed, but it has been opened, I think, from March, because that call closed in September, and those kind of calls has been circulated through CMD. Then um, at our level, as the university, we do have our approved and revised IP policy. It was revised last year. It is available on the intranet and on our research and innovation website. The IP policy, in line with the IPR Act, makes provision for the management of intellectual property that is created or developed with the support of public funds. And we are required to comply with the Act and the UniZulu IP policy. It also addressed the issues of the intellectual property ownership. I've indicated it earlier. The university owns the IP that is developed during the course and scope of either employment, your studies, or association with the university. It also addresses the issues of benefit sharing. I've indicated earlier that the process from lab to market is very long and expensive. Should your IP be commercialized, or should your IP get an opportunity to go to the market, either it's sold or it's licensed, and the university generates income through that exploitation, that income will be shared in line with our IP policy. If you go to it, you will see that for the first 1 million that the university will generate, the 20% of that 100% first million will be shared with the IP creators. Then after and going forward, the university will be sharing or giving the IP creators 30% of the income that is generated. So, in closing, if you are working on a research project and you feel that there is a potential IP in that project, please do come to us and disclose. We will do necessary evaluations to check if indeed it's your work, you are not infringing on someone else's work. Sometimes you can infringe unknowingly. So it is our responsibility to run those assessments to check that if it does exist somewhere else, or if it doesn't exist. If it is indeed new, if not obvious and will be applicable, then we will then make necessary arrangements to make sure that that IP is protected. But also the university or in the IP policy does make provision that the types or the types of IP that do have applicability and that commercial viability, it will prioritize them and ensure that they are protected. And then as the Research and Innovation Office, we are also responsible for sourcing funding for those kind of IPs, and we do approach the funding agencies to source for funding, so that it moves to all the necessary stages up until it gets to a commercialization stage. Even at that stage, we facilitated that process to look for the potential investors. So we do encourage that you do come to us to disclose if you feel that in your research work there is a potential IP. Also, I think maybe I should share this, that on our database, we do not have even a single invention disclosure or IP disclosure from postgraduate students, either from honors to PhD level. All the disclosures that we do receive, they are from the researchers. So we do encourage our postgraduate students to do disclose, and then we will run the necessary assessments. I thank you, colleagues. That's the end of my presentation. I will wait for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ndlovu, for your very informative presentation. I think all of us now, they are encouraged to actually go back to their proposals, those who are at proposal stage, to go and see if there is an IP that you need maybe to look into, whether you are from the Creative Arts, Department of Agriculture, nursing sciences, consumer sciences. I'm just picking up on those particular departments that I think they really have something to offer, because if you are now engaging into a project or a master's research project, you have to respond to the societal needs. I think that has been emphasized throughout the speakers. We are sort of running behind because of the glitches that we have earlier on. Therefore, I would like to make a proposal that we're supposed to have questions and discussion at this moment. So online community, is it possible for us to just post our questions, so that maybe later on around 12:30 we could engage onto those questions? Is that okay with our physical audience? Okay, I'm getting a nod here. Is that okay for the online audience?
It's okay, Joanna. I typed it out.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Now we are going to be inviting Ms. Hadebe from the library to actually also give us the insight, especially when we are talking about referencing as well as where to get this information, because I think it was one of the challenges that was presented by Mr. Magnele, that when our research proposals are coming for quality assurance, there are certain aspects where we are not supposed to be having challenges, but the simplest of all, referencing is part of that, and how we actually, where we get information, so that in our research methodology, Mr. Debe, he actually mentioned that we always use Creswell, as if Creswell is the only person who actually understands the research methodology epistemologists. So please, I am handing over to you to actually now give us how can we try, by all means, in 2023, 2024, not have these kind of challenges, have a reduction. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, my name is Zanele Hadebe. I'm a research support librarian. So there are two parts to the presentation. There's the aspect of open access publishing. It's an agenda that we push. And then my colleague, Mr. Buteles, is going to go into detail about what she's just spoken about, which is referencing. As you know, we have the tools, we have the software, we have the training. So, you know, it's going to go into detail about that. Just to start, like I said, there are two aspects to this presentation. We've got the open access publishing. I don't know if you're familiar with that, or if you're familiar with open access as a movement. The fundamental argument about open access is that researchers should be able to access the research, you know, without any problems. So what they're basically saying is that research should be open for people to access, because one, it's publicly, this is money coming from the government. So why should people are paying taxes anyway. So why should they then pay to get access to research that is funded by the government? So it's a movement that started way back. And what it does, it addresses issues of APCs. I don't know if you're familiar with the term APC, where you need to pay for your article to be published. So there's been incentives, you know, to get researchers to go the route so that we can open up this research. And you can understand as well, because as a society, we're facing similar problems. We're facing climate change, we're facing whatever these global issues, wicked problems as they are known. So the only way that you can mitigate or really address these problems is if we have unfettered access to research or knowledge, you know. And if you think about it, A classic example of that is what we've just recently had, the COVID-19, pandemic, right? So what happened there is that with the benefit of hindsight, previous viruses, this paywall where people were not able to access research, they, through hindsight, realized that we need to open up research as much as possible so people can resolve, scientists can actually exchange, what they're doing in their labs. So that's why the biggest findings on the COVID-19 is actually open access, So if you can understand the principle behind that, why do we need it? We are trying to solve the world's problems, right? So bring it back, I don't want to preach about it. It's a huge subject on its own. So when it first started, it was addressing a problem like libraries were not able to get all the information that the researchers wanted, but it has morphed into something bigger. You're talking about your open science, which entails open access to data, blah, 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 blah. So I'll bring it home, not to confuse it anymore. I just thought maybe, just set the foundation about what I'm going to talk about. So like I said, there's been certain initiatives in the different universities. We as UNIS, we also have taken up the baton of promoting open access. And this is seen through our institutional repository. If you know what institutional repository is, it's just a platform where we host all research output of the university. So what happens when you finish your master's or you finish your PhD, we put it on the institutional repository so that anybody, anywhere in the world can access full text, okay? So that is the principle. So I've gone to what we call transformative agreement, but time is limited, right? So the second initiative of open access is the transformative agreement, right? So I made mention of author publishing charges that you have to pay when you want to publish in a journal. Okay, so what happened is that universities came together and they approached the publishers and said, can we get into some sort of agreement, so that our researchers can publish without having this elephant in the room, which is your APCs. So the different publishers came up with what they call transformative agreements. So what it means is that you can publish in these journals without worrying about who's going to foot the bill, as it were. So the different publishers, you've got your Wiley, you've got your Emerald, you've got your, the different publishers, right? So what we then did as a library is that we came up with a lead guide to help you understand what transformative agreements, the benefit of that. I know when you are doing postgraduate, the model these days is that you actually publish. They encourage you to publish before you finish your work. Isn't that right? You can take out your literature review and publish it. You can take out your research methodology and publish it, even if you're still doing your research. Okay? And I think you've seen what is it? Dissertations, someone's dissertation. When you just the first page, you just see the list of the articles that they published. So that is the model that most universities are following. They encourage you to publish once you finish maybe your literature, can you publish it? So that's the model that most universities are following. So for you to be able to publish, this is the platform. This is basically what I'm saying. This is the platform where you can do that, right? Because we have negotiated that you don't have to worry about paying for anything. So this comes in the form of transformative agreements. We've got a lead guide on that. You can actually go and see what it's all about, right? So there are two types of transformative agreements. You read and publish, and then you publish and read. It almost you can use them interchangeably. Okay. So what are the benefits of publishing under these transformative agreements? The first one is the wider dissemination of your research. People are able to see your research because it's open access. They don't have to pay for it to access it. So what it means, and there's also the added advantage of citation. You know, impact is big now, right? So the more your work is, the more people can access your work, the more it is cited, and that's a bonus for you as the researcher. And you've got no fees to pay. You know, you just submit. So the way it works is that when you go into, for example, Wiley, and you identify a journal that you want to publish in, you follow the criteria of what they want in that particular journal, because there's always guidelines for every journal. So when you submit that, it comes to the library for us to approve. So you don't have to worry about any charges that is due to you. That has been taken care of. And the other big thing is the copyright. It stays with you. You know, and basically what I'm just trying to say is that if you publish in these open access journals, there's wider visibility, wider dissemination of your work. So we have different transformative agreements with the different publishers, like I mentioned. You have your Emerald, you have your Springer Nature, Science Direct, Oxford, Wiley. And for you to get more information of what I've just been talking about, you go to this link there. The link is provided, you just click there and you can actually go into it and see, you know, all that I've been saying to you. So what qualifies you to publish under this transformative agreement? Firstly, you have to be affiliated with the University of Zululand, which you all obviously are. And you need to look at the different agreement types because they vary from one publisher to the other. And when you are submitting your paper, you need to use the institutional email. You don't use Gmail, you use whatever email from the institution. And then people are able to use your work through Creative Commons license. So like I said, for more information, you know, you just go to the LibGuide and then you can see what transformative agreements is. I know it's not, maybe probably not something that you're expecting, you know, but we just thought we should make it known to you because your supervisors are going to be expecting papers from you, right? They're expecting you to publish, whether you finished or not. Once you finish a chapter, they'll encourage you to publish it. And then, you know, these are the platforms that you can use to publish. Right? Is that clear or is gibberish? Or yes, very clear. Okay, so I'll just hand over to my colleague who's going to take you through referencing, you know, just explaining the different references, tools that we have as a library and some of the challenges that you've brought up. Thank you very much.
Right, we are now going to be shifting to talk about referencing styles. Over to you, sir.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, here's water here. Thanks to drink. And my name is Trevor. It's amazing. I'm a research supporter, and I know you know me. One of the Indian guy, of a Chinese guy in Japan, he made an accident. When after that, the police came. So he was saying to the police, "You know me, I'm talking there. You know me." He was telling the police, you know, he was telling the police, "You know me, I'm talking there." How can the police know everyone in the city? Okay, I'm just making this, still waiting for Bobby to finish up. his job here. He's chopping here. Well,
Anyone who has maybe a burning question that we can entertain while we are still waiting for technology, or okay, they are now ready. Okay, thank you.
well, thank you for those who could able to attend yesterday's workshop on RTM that was in Casino. That was two-day workshop, started on 25 and it ended yesterday. It was very fruitful workshop, more especially for you as postgraduate students, as well as all the sector in general. So it was very insightful presentation by Professor Shiva from University, Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Most of the presentation and information that was presented there should be implemented here within the University of Zululand across all departments and across all faculties. It should be very important for us to familiarize ourselves with RTM, research data management, which will be very important for us as the researchers to able to submit and store our data sets in the library and within the university, because the rules it will entail that each and every one of the master and PhD students before they graduate to have submitted their data set within our national process. I was just passing by to give you that kind of information because it is very important for you to know. Please, please make sure that each and every time there are workshops or whatsoever that we advertise, please make sure that you attend. Well, here I'm going to talk about referencing. There are different tools of referencing. First of all, what is a referencing? Referencing is how you acknowledge sources of information you have used or referred to in your work. You cannot just do and cite other people's work without acknowledging them. And that is a case, a criminal case on its own. As you had this previous presentation, intellectual property rights. If you have not acknowledged a person that you cited from, it is a very serious case, and other people have been arrested, and other people's have been destroyed. Being professors and doctors that was nullified because of failing to acknowledge people's work, writing as if that work or that idea is your own. It is totally wrong and it is out of order, and you can be detained on there. It helps to make clear to the reader how you have used their works to develop your idea. So it is very important for you to reference or to cite in order to acknowledge that particular person, not take that person's work as if it is yours. Why referencing? The referencing is for you to avoid what plagiarism. There's something we call plagiarism. If you're doing a plagiarism, you're taking other person's work as if it is your own. So referencing it assists you to avoid plagiarism. Because plagiarism, it is also a case on its own. So as you are the writers or the authors or the researchers, it is very good to familiarize yourself how to reference in order to avoid plagiarism. And how to see or to evaluate that you haven't done the plagiarism. There is a tool we call a Turnitin. A Turnitin can assist you to weigh or to measure how much is the plagiarism is entailed in your work, because each and every time in your work there is a plagiarism, you like it or not. So the Turnitin tool assists you to see how much plagiarism you have in your work. So at the end of the day, the University of Zululand needs you to have at least 10%. It must not exceed 10% of plagiarism. If there is not plagiarism of other people's ideas, so at least Turnitin is going to assist you to have at least 10%. You must not have 11, 12, 13 going up, because that is other people's work. If you're doing work, you must do your own work. As the intellectual property right was presented here, which is supporting us, that each and every time you are doing the research, you must present your work. And if you're presenting your, more especially your proposal, you find an ethical clearance by the university, so that your work is legit and nobody can do and copy or duplicate your work as within the university or outside. If we're giving you an ethical clearance, we are ensuring that nobody can interfere with that particular work that we have done. Hopefully we'll stick together. There are three types of referencing tools that we have within the university students we are using. The first one is EndNote, Mendeley, as well as Zero, right? So most of the time, I provide trainings on referencing made easy using EndNote training. Other postgraduate students, I know them here, they attended, and there are still some of the trainings that I'm gonna conduct on that together with Zanele, the one that was presenting here as we are research support that program. Okay, those are three. Mostly we're using Match. Within here, we're using Match EndNote. EndNote is the one that we're using Match here. And also Mendeley is being used, but I know Zotero, there are few people. I haven't heard any person who's using Zotero referencing tool. Those who are using Mendeley, and there are few. And most of you, I know you are using EndNote. And in EndNote, there are within the University of Zululand, there are two referencing styles that are legit to use. It's Harvard and APA. So we're using APA 7th edition as well as Harvard. So there are benefits of using referencing tools, right? Because in the old schools we used to use manual referencing, and it is very stressful, and it's made me to just even abandon your work, right, and take some hours. But these referencing tools assist us to do our work as we are doing our work, and the referencing and citation is done simultaneously, right? For those who I conducted the presentation, I mean the training with them, they know. As you are citing, the referencing, it goes back at the end of your work automatically. So there's no need that at the end of the day you must go back and do the referencing, because referencing is too complicated and critical because of those particular punctuations that are unnecessary. So if you're doing it yourself manually, you're gonna be confused and then you're gonna make errors. At the end of the day, the supervisor will take you, you're gonna go to and fro trying to solve out those kinds of particular unnecessary problems. Okay, before I close, there are two types of citation. It's a direct citation as well as indirect citation. The direct citation is where you cite at the beginning of the sentence. Usually, if you say according to Utilities 2021, you say, then you cite on that. As you're citing, Utilities reference is gonna go down according to your referencing style. It's gonna go back at the end of your work on referencing, right? So at the end of your work, you're not gonna have a problem to go back to do all those citation management manually on your own. The system is doing it on your behalf. Well, thank you. If anybody has got a question, you can ask a question or comment. I'm gonna hear from you.
Mr. Buthelezi, we are going to have a session for questions and discussions. Thank you so much for this informative points and the services that are offered by the library and the training that you have just referred to. I hope that there was a good turnout. Ladies and gentlemen, physical and as well as online, we are now joined by Professor Mabusela in the physical venue. Thank you so much, Prof. And we are now going to call upon her to actually now from the Teaching and Learning Center. She is the director there to just talk to us about writing and argument and paraphrasing. Prof, earlier on, Mr. Manele actually mentioned something, said when most of our students are writing, the only thing that they know is according. There's nothing that is actually bringing their voice into the work. I'm hoping that you are going to be touching on that. And then Mr. Buthelezi also emphasized and said, you know, the plagiarism rate is quite high. So help us to paraphrase and be able to give the voice of the author. Over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, while we are busy, there's a chat, there's a question on the chat. Please differentiate between this direct and indirect citation, Mr. Buthelezi, while we are waiting for you, Prof.
But I can also deal with it when I.
Oh, Prof is going to cover it. So, yes, Audrey, Tau, Prof is going to be touching on it. So wait for her presentation. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
So, where do other?
I think to understand, like, I don't know. I want to be on the side once I'm doing the presentation. Is there anyone who can have that here? Around one. But I can maybe do by hand and do the other time. I'll try to answer that question of the direct code. If you reflect on a literature and then you don't go directly to the actual word of the person, then you are referencing it at the end, and then you don't put a page number. But when you do the direct code, you don't want to change the meaning of the author or the researcher, then you will say code, and then you put the page number where you took the information from. It's direct, it's as clean as it is. But when you don't do the direct code, which is the reference that comes at the end, that means you have reflected, you have not taken the exact word of the researcher or the writer. That is how you do it. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with according, because at the end of the day or at the end of your sentence, once you say according, you also need to say this implied that. That means you need to also provide your own voice to that according. There's nothing wrong. Because normally people will put all the references at the end, and then the other person will mix and put the other one. As long as there's an argument and counter argument on that specific reference. I don't think I'm going to waste much of your time. I'm going to share with you information about writing an argument and paraphrasing. And most of my presentation, or most of what I'm going to share with you, ma'am, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost similar to what people take from ChatGPT, where people go and take somebody's word without reflecting. And then this guidance in terms of when you write the proposal, you need to be very careful. You don't start and write, because there might be a lot of people who have written about what you intend to write. Read first 20 articles or material before you can determine where there's a gap, and then you start to problematize the whole thing. What you just write, what if the other articles have already found something that you're writing about? What is it that is new? Remember, you need to come up with new information that people will use it in terms of improving their practice. Research is all about improving the practice. It's not about finding something out there. It's not like you are finding, you try to find cockroaches inside the house or something like that, or a snake under the bed. The snake will always be under the bed, but what makes it to be under the bed is another problem. I think it will work nice for me if I can see the other side. Oh, okay. I'm not sure whether I should be far from the proposed. That's the basic. So, my presentation will start with understanding an argument. What is an argument? Remember, I said that before you start with your writing, read a lot of articles, materials, studies of others, so that you are now going to identify a certain problem or a gap, or something that has been researched but not much research has come up with a lot of information about that particular aspect. You know your field, I know my field, I'm from education field. When I read or when I want to do a research, I don't just say that learners are failing because teachers go to school very late. That is not a point. The point is I also need to find out what makes these particular learners to fail. Teachers can go late to school, but they can also leave late, which is a cover up to the time that they do not spend at school. So you also need to start first with what is an argument. An argument is a reason structured presentation or a claim supported by a logical evidence. When you say a logical evidence, that means you will have to quote Mabusela either direct or you'll have to do the summary evidence that it has been said by whoever that Mabusela has argued. In literature and languages, they like to do those kind of stuff. They critique somebody else's work, they critique literature, they do something else. In science, most of the time in science is you also need to convince the people that A squared is equal to B squared is equal to C squared. To you is demonstrate the steps and how that particular person is able to do that. If you say sugar dissolved in water, you go to the lab and demonstrate to do that. With social science, you ought to interview people. And then from interviewing people, you do the presentation and analysis, and then you do thematic. Those that are similar or words of your participants that are very similar, you will put them together and make themes and subthemes. In science, there's no way it happened like that. In social science, they come with a theoretical framework. In science, you develop your theory while you are doing research. It is used, that means an argument. Argument is the way in which you write. If a story is boring or your research is boring, the external examiner will come back and say, what is it new or what is new about your study? These things have been researched. Whoever and whatever, he go back to your literature and check who are the people that you are referencing, and also say, Banbani, among the people that you have itemized as your reference, they have already done that. And for an example, if you want to quote Polanyi, please go and check what is the specific or specialization of Polanyi before you can use Polanyi to reference. Because sometimes Polanyi might be reacting to a certain event or a certain problem, but that is not her specialization. She is in consumer science, but she can also reflect on child abuse. Why? Because somebody has written it in a different manner, and then she wants to highlight the other purpose, the other challenges of child abuse. But that is not her field of specialization. So bear in mind when you quote or when you reference these people, that are they the specialists in the field? It is just to persuade or inform, convince or an audience of the validity of a particular idea or a problem. That is your argument. You don't just write. Scientific evidence must also be able to provide you or back you. You don't just say that the economy or things in South Africa are expensive because of state capture. Things have been going up and down without state capture. State capture is for certain issues, but in the end, directly it affects certain aspects. So you need to find a research, you go to government document, you go to clips, you go to news publication, you check whether there was an analyst who came and said that those particular aspects, then you, Mabusela, Anchor said this and this and this, and it must be direct vocal expression of what I said. An argument typically consists of a clear, it must be clear thesis statement, clear thesis statement. When you say clear thesis statement, in masters you do a thesis or dissertation, in PhD you do thesis. That means when you say clear thesis statement, you say that it must be researchable. There are things that are not researchable, guys. They're not. There are things that are researchable. There are things that even though they can be researchable, but will not have progress with them because there's no any appetite for those particular kind of a problem. The goal of an idea is to make a case. Once there's no case, there's no way that you can research about the topic. Make a case, and the case must be convincing. Remember, guys, if you are a reader, I'm not sure at the level of your postgraduate, whether you're honors or masters or PhD, if you're a reader, you read so many things. Myself as a young girl growing, I used to read in Mills and Bond. And if you have, you come from Johannesburg, maybe Soweto, Alexander, Tembisa, you know, when you go to the city, at that time, you'll find, you know, people selling a lot of old books, the 2 rand, 1 rand, we used to buy them. Why? Because we wanted to sharpen our English because our teachers never believed that we can speak English at the same time. Why? Because the more you don't respond in the classroom, the teacher may make misjudgment about you. I'm from the teaching field. I know what I'm talking about because you are aware that teaching is the mother of all professions. So we know whether you can be a doctor, an accountant, a surgeon, and whatever, because the way in which you teach in the classroom. Then the way in which you read Daniel Steele is not the way in which you are going to read your article. What is the reason? The way in which you will read Daniel Steele, you know Daniel Steele. Who knows Daniel Steele here? Your age group. From your mothers, you don't know. Daniel Steele. Our age group. But Daniel Steele is still existing at the bookshop. Most of the time, Daniel still read about if her dog dies, she will write about her connection with the dog. If the children grow up and marry, then Daniel still will write about. She's a well-known French writer, write about it. It's just fiction, guys. It's just to give you an appetite. I'll show you with something. When you get mental block in writing, to move away from the depression of writing, you need to either go and run, do something, read a book, watch something, go to TikTok and relax. Myself, even at my age as a professor, if there's something that I'm writing, and I feel that I don't have a movement in terms of writing. Remember, when you do postgrad, you sacrifice your life with your progress, your postgrad. You don't have a life, you don't have friends, you don't go home. Most of the time, you need to read something. You go to TikTok. Myself, there's some things that I follow on TikTok, but you know, things that have humor. There's a monkey and a baby that I follow most of the time because they're so humorous. They're called Kaka and Jim. I'm not sure whether you have met them. They're very interesting. They take you away, your stress, and then once you have love from what Kaka and Jim has done, you come back to your studies and then you now focus on your study. Postgrad studies, especially when you do masters and PhD, even after graduation, guys, you're not going to have a sleep, you're not going to sleep. You'll find yourself at 12 o'clock. Those that are doing PhD here, they know. 12 o'clock, you just woke up to think about the red marking, to think about the track changes of your supervisor saying, I'm expecting this on Monday. My supervisor will always say that, how do you sleep if you have not submitted? And most of the time I will be away in order to work on my studies. So when we talk about an argument, I have even given you an example on what are we talking about when you talk about an argument. Look at the argument is an increased access to education can significantly reduce poverty. This is an economic concept. In economics, because they deal about the standard of living. That is an argument. But then support this with an evidence. You are going to read and support it with the evidence. Remember, when you do evidence, your evidence must be currency. Currency is months, a 5-year period. That means that the materials that you are going to read must be is 2023, 22, 21, 2019. That is how far you can go. The other years must be of where you find your theory or where you do an argument, but you must not go more than 10-year period in terms of your argument. Because why? Knowledge economy change every day. We can be talking about that. Somebody has already written a book, 2023, and then it counteracts those information that you know or you have written about. That is why in a master's and PhD, your study need to be done within 2 years or 3 years period. Once it all goes over 3 years period, the external examiner will question some of the literatures that you have used or references that you have used. Then my evidence is, look at this. This is an argument. I'm just trying to show you how practical. I didn't want to go really to the theoretical point of an argument because I'm aware that your proposal, some of you, your proposal have already been sent. Some of you, you are writing. You are putting up, you are doing write-up, some of you are on the literature, some of you are analyzing data, some of you are putting your data together. But look at the argument. The statement is, or the argument is this one, evidence to support this is, access to education is associated with high level of income. Once you have been educated, you are going to choose a better job that gives you money. Then it says increased access to education can reduce poverty. The more you earn, the more you uplift your status. In South Africa, they use different variety of taxation, proportional, regression, and whatever. The more you earn, the more you contribute to the offer of the state and the provision for national income. Studies have consistently shown that individuals with more education tend to earn more throughout the career. It relates to this. That is your argument, supporting this argument. Education can break the silence of poverty. I'm the first generation at home, and even currently now, I'm still the first generation at home. When I told my siblings that I'm a doctor, they were so confused, which doctor, because they don't know that there's a doctor of philosophy and a doctor of medicine. But due to the fact that I've done science at school, they thought that I went to do something that relates to science. I didn't do something that relates to science. So one individual, but I'm better off with my siblings, even though they never went to school like I am, but due to the fact that myself, I'm privileged because of education. Then for us with my sibling, it can be, because we are going to justify that we are not the only case that have been educated and being able to improve the standard of living. Your argument must be demonstrated with evidence. And your argument must also be demonstrated with what is currently going on within South Africa. When individuals receive quality education, they are more likely to make an informed decision about the planning, family planning, financial management, reduce the likelihood of generational care poverty. But people can still argue about this one, that the more we're educated, we're always making lots of blunders. The more one gets educated, the more they maybe might have kids without getting married, which is a burden. Makujumani's story shown us that even people who are well educated can involve themselves in a lot of crimes. People who are working at the bank, they can also be honest but well educated. Immediately when you go to the bank, they tell their friends that you have withdrawn money and they follow you. That means you can argue about, in certain cases, education become a strategy for others to manipulate those that have not. They have and they have not. And we know in South Africa that those that have, they cannot assist the have-nots. That is it. Your neighbor, you find that in the township, they might have a big house, and then you'll find the neighbor have a small house without a fence. But if they could have been caring in terms of Ubuntu, they could have said that, hi, but we can assist you to build a fence, and then you can renovate your house later. So they are excited to see their neighbor with a small house, while they will have a big house with a remote control, garage, everything in the house is remote control. But the neighbor, there are dogs running around, and then to them is life. So that is an argument. To support your argument, you also need to find statements that relate to that particular argument. Now you come back and do the counter argument. You see, when you do the counter argument, there is a statement is, the cost of education can be a barrier for marginalized community. That is true. The statement that I mentioned, that your neighbor might be the one that are struggling, your friends that might be struggling. If finding a job, I've never seen that a well-educated friend bring an uneducated friend to a job. Never in South Africa. Why? Because people have this notion that the more I will bring my friends, the more my friends will get all the privileges, and the friends will kick me out of a job. That's how black thinks, even myself. So the cost of education can be a barrier for the marginalized community. But remember, the counter argument of this one is, However, NSFAS, Funza Lushaka, SETA, and scholarship can address those things. If you don't have money, having a matric, you can apply for that so that you are able to go to school without waiting for your neighbor or any individual for them to be able to provide for you. So any statement that you bring in, a problem that you bring in, please make an argument and then counter argument for that particular problematic statement to be understandable and be acceptable and be able to convince me as a reader that your study worth to be taken. The evidence supports the claim that increased access of education is a powerful tool in fighting against poverty. That is wrong. We pay black tax. If you understand what it means, the more you are educated and graduating, having a better job, you have to put the siblings up to school so that the standards is the same as you. Ukhokhela isikolo for ingane zakabo auntie. Yabona? Ubakhokhele bangene, ama siblings assisting them. That is what we'll do in more. That is the reason we do education, or the reason we follow education. And currently, what we want to call the Gen Z generation is their parents are still working. That is the reason they don't see a burden of saving, because their parents are still buying the groceries. Some of them, these Gen Z parties, the reason they drink too much is because they don't have a planned life, because their parents are still buying groceries. You still have a bedroom at home. Myself, when I graduated, I never had a bedroom at home. I was still sharing with my sisters. So to you is, when you leave the university, you have your own bedroom at home. That is the reason you'll find that some of these Gen Z bodies, they don't have a direction, ma'am. And then it also counteract, as part of counteract, don't you know? They can get well educated, but then they don't have a planned life and they don't have anything. The first thing that they do, these people, is to buy a car. Mine was not to buy a car, was to figure out how am I going to build that house so that I can have a life. A car came years later. So to you is, immediately when you are employed, the first thing that your salary, with your salary, you go to a garage and buy a car. Why? Because you don't have any burden that you're going to do, or you don't have any burden attached to you. So you can counteract those particular arguments. Then, if there's no any question concerning the argument and counter argument, can I proceed in terms of research? When you do research now that is related to your argument and counter argument, what is it that you're supposed to be doing when you support your argument with research and when you support your argument with citation? Obviously, my presentation will link with my predecessor who was presenting about the citation, the quotes, the zero, all those the type of references that you can use. Is there any question, ladies and gentlemen? Guys, I thought that the presentation is interactive. I thought you were going to ask me questions and all those things. Is there any questions? Those that are online, is there any questions? Any question, Megan?
Nothing directed to you yet.
Okay, nothing directed to me. Let me just move on without wasting much of your time. Then when you do the argument and counter argument in terms of writing, either you are writing for your PhD, writing for presentation, for your article, or writing for a presentation to a conference. Don't take it lightly that when you go for a conference, you are just going to harvest from your PhD, your master's, or your honors and go to a conference. No, you also need to prepare thoroughly going for a conference, because the audience will also ask you a lot of questions. Because immediately, remember, when you go to a conference, there are certain rules that you will be using. People will follow presenters based on the topic that they see on the program. Now coming to your write-up. Research and citation. Emphasize the importance of reliable source and proper citation. That is the reason you'll find that some academics are really against artificial intelligence. like ChatGPT because it doesn't have a reference. So don't copy people's work and then put it on your document and think that is your argument. It's not your argument. Make sure that if you're going to quote me and you are in education, I'm a curriculum specialist, you must know what type of scholarship do I write about. I write about curriculum assessment, teaching and learning. So check exactly my article. I'm on Google, check me the kind of publication that I'm doing. Then that means you will quote me if your study is similar to what I have, what is my specialization. As I've said previously that with Polanisi, she's in consumer science, she's not in criminal justice. But because she's a researcher, she can also write about the crime, she can also write about something else. When selecting a source, somebody taught me a better way of how to do a referencing or how to do literature. You do something that is called scoping. You check, you filter down documentation, and after you filter down documentation based on the year, you will check where saying Mabusela wrote about this, the theory or whatever the study methodology or approach was qualitative or mixed methods, the number of people, but you put blocks. You will say the topic, the methodology, participant, the finding. Then you go to Polanisi, who's done the same similar study as mine. Polanisi, the topic, methodology, participant, finding. In that way, you're not going to copy anybody because you are now reflecting what you have taken, you are now doing reflecting. And that is called copying literature. And in that way, you are avoiding issues of plagiarism, you are avoiding issues of copying. You are also improving your writing in terms of your voice in the study. You also need to own your study. You mustn't say the lot of according, you mustn't reference a lot of people. And when are you taking position in your study? That is, choose credible, relevant sources for your research. If it is a book, you know, when it's a book, how do you know that this book is a book that you want to read at the back of a book? It tells you what the whole summary is, not the front. In most cases, a lot of good books, you'll find the summary is at the back cover of the book. Check the back cover of the book, or go to the I'm not sure they call them the foreword to check what the story line is all about. If a book have only one chapter about what you intend to write about, forget about it. The whole book is not structured about what about your problem. So make sure that you visit the correct website, the correct journal, you know, even your supervisor will tell you the journal where they publish. And then the journal where your supervisor publish, check those journals. Because remember, the reason you're going to check those journals, and South African, your external examiner might come from those sites because they choose people based on if they are writing similar thing as yours, and then they're in the same journal where your publication in your field is. That's where they will find your external examiners. And then you will know exactly that what is it that is required. Access a reliable, credible source and check the author qualification. If the author is Mr. Mabusela, forget about Mr. Mabusela or MS Mabusela, go to professor, doctors, you'll find good things there. That is qualification, factors there. So if you don't find anything that, remember at the US, everybody become a senior lecturer because they have masters, they have a senior lecturer, but they are in a box, they're not, you know, they're not in different fields. You find a person who are called professors at master's level or honors level. They have never explored a lot of things that are focusing in small area of their field. But if it is professors or doctors and whatever, they will have, remember, to be promoted to be a doctor. It's because you have a number of students that you have supervised at master's level and at PhD level, and also publication, and also you have raised a lot of funds for those particular students to do their PhD and master's, and you have published a lot in the field, then you are the relevant person. So if you take Anybody who says that they are specialists in the field, but there's not any track record in terms of their contribution in the field, there's no way that you're going to get a better problem or argument from those people. Publication dates. Remember, currency is important. You cannot be a 1996 student, but when you do quotation, you do 1984. You are not born. Why should you go there the level? I mean, that is history. Historian can do that, but yourself, you are not a historian. Because historians deal with what happened in the past. That is acceptable. But currently, you are not a historian. If you are born 2001, why should you go to a 1996 reference and quote it? You were not born. Things that you were not born, they cannot really influence your current life. And then how do you search? In the university, we have people who are able to assist. If you are in the Faculty of Education, they have a resource center and they have somebody, if you want articles that you can refer to, he will do something like a filter to say to him that you want all the documents that talk about the work integrated learning, and he will filter those documents, and then you go to the search for your article, then you are able to search those particular aspects. So you do search using keywords. You don't write a long paragraph. Remember, artificial intelligence, your computer is already embedded with artificial intelligence keys. Immediately when you write a name of something, there will be a lot of things that comes in. Either newspaper, Google something or whatever. So use a proper keywords of what the center core of the words that determine your problem, and then it will assist you in those particular aspects. When conducting online research, use specific keywords related to the topic for relevant information, and quickly write notes so that you are not going to copy what is in the internet. Just copy the key notes, take notes, minor notes, so that you'll be able to reflect on those particular notes without taking words directly from the person writing on the internet. Take a clear and organized note, quote, and summarize. Quote, it means you put them in the brackets. Primary source is those that you interview. Secondary source is a book. If you go and collect data and interview people, that data is primary source because you got it from the horse mouth. If you now read an article, that means it's a secondary source of what has been recorded or presented. So bear in mind that you have to go and collect data from primary sources and secondary sources. I've explained the difference between primary and secondary source here. Primary are first-hand accounts, secondary are interpreted and analyze data properly. The citation in the University of Zululand is said we follow the two methods in terms of citation and do proper citation. Some people do direct quoting to avoid plagiarism. And later on, they remove the quote because they want to submit it. Don't do it. That is crime. That quote must be used appropriately, not for the sake of you want to beat the system. So we use the APA, the current one is 7th edition, and then we don't use Chicago. Chicago, we use it when you publish, and the publisher will say they will use Chicago and whatever. But in our system, we use the Harvard, which is a more difficult type of a method when you look at the referencing. APA is very simple as long as you are able to reflect on your material and do paraphrasing on material. There are quite a number of plugins, meaning tools, that you can use of paraphrasing. But I will not advise you to do them because some of them are not properly inclined to the correct words. And remember again, in South Africa, we use South African English. We don't use the Z. When you say emphasize, it's an S, not a Z. Because a Z is an American. We use either British English or South African English. And when do you see it? It is mostly check it on the bottom of your computer to choose and do selection of the English that you are using so that you avoid the Z that you use in your computer. So those are then in your reference, we also use this other plugin or type is the management of your reference is the Chero and notes that you use. Other people, when they use the reference, they put them aside so that they don't lose them. A better way is depend on yourself, because remember, you also need to manage how you write, how you engage with your study. And then also to protect a lot of material not to be lost, you also have to have backup so that even if your computer crashes, you still have a backup that you can go and relate for your material. The next is plagiarism. It goes with writing and it goes with reference. Once there is reference that together, because if you take direct words from the scholar, you are already putting yourself into danger. But if you paraphrase, you either reference or you either, because you did not steal anybody's work, you either leave it as it is, but if it is paraphrasing where you feel that it will pick a lot of words from the author, then when you put your reference, the citation, the person. Understand what plagiarism is. It's all about avoiding the use of someone's work without, even if you use someone's work, it must be reflective. If I said I won lotto and bought a house, I mean, it's my word. How will you put it yourself? You need to put it in. You bought a house because you have won lotto. With the money of a lotto, you bought a house. You can put it differently. That means you are able to paraphrase. You're not taking the direct weight from the researcher. So be careful in terms of those kind of writing. And then when you do the plagiarism, there are also so many things that you might be doing, but unaware that you are doing those particular aspects. The first one is logical fallacy. What does logical fallacy mean? You become delusional. You know, people become delusional when they write because they think they're special. They think because they're doing masters and PhD, they can do otherwise with people's work. Remember, if you quote somebody or if you take somebody's work without referencing, it's like it's a crime, guys. It's like you don't appreciate that scholar because the scholar spends sleepless night working on that article when you are just taking, when you think it is yours without proper referencing. That is delusional fallacy. Error in reasoning or argumentative tactics can make an argument appear persuasive when it is not logical. Remember, let me just tell you what students do, because I'm a supervisor. If they steal my words, you know what they do, the students? They click on this word to tell them what is the synonym of argument, they put it. They go to this one, persuasive, they click it, you put your computer here, it gives you a synonym, then they put that synonym over. That is stealing. And then they think that they have done paraphrasing, it doesn't work like that. They've already step everything. Oh, okay. So don't do that and do the fallacy. Fallacy means the respect some people's way. I'm sorry. I thought I'm just demonstrating. Oh, if you go. Okay, I'm not going to go to the board now. Here are some logical fallacies. Attacking the person making the argument. Because you have taken my job. It doesn't take 2 hours to go to Durban. I will say it takes 2 hours to go to Durban. Well, not because you are Michael Schumacher, you can take 1 hour to Durban. Then you can't say because it's 1 hour to go to Durban. When you forget that the driving limit is 120, we have been driving with 150 something. And then that's when now you counter argue with me and say attacking the person making the argument instead of addressing the argument. And you will say because they write because the author was black or the author is white or the author is a teacher or the author is from the ANC or Inkatha or whatever. That is not. In academia, we don't do that. You don't. Do attack the argument, not the person. Then we have a straw man fallacy. They call it straw man fallacy. It's not, the word that is not combined. It's a straw man's fallacy. Distortion of somebody else's argument, right? Distortion now. Because you are trying to beat the system. Ufuna beat the system so that you want to impress your lecturer, then you do the straw man fallacy. And the straw man fallacy now, you are distorting the information that you do. Guys, let me just give you an example. Who watch Idols here? Idols, you know Idols. Who watch it? Not now, but do you used to watch it? Yes. Yeah. Let me just tell you. You remember that time, or when you watch Idol, they will say, let's say somebody sings somebody's song, and then they say that the way in which you were singing it, you were changing the actual words or whatever. And yeah, that is what is called a strong man fallacy. Trying to, the song did not have a beat, but you come and bring the beat. And they said that, but you have been changing the song of this. But this is not the kind of a song that you can change, so that they discourage you. And maybe it might be true. So the strong man fallacy is a discussion of my argument or someone's argument, or misrepresentation of my argument. Because guys, concepts are different. You know, research is very problematic and very subjective. I can be a good supervisor and take my student to somebody else that I've identified as a person who is also very good. The person will come in and crush all what we have built with the student. Remember, when they mark the student, they also mark the supervisor. It also goes back to the supervisor who was supervising the student, as if you were illiterate as a supervisor in terms of guiding the student. So when you distort information, it's like, you know, distortion. You don't appreciate the scholars before you, forgetting that you are also going to be a scholar. Once you become to a master's and a PhD, you are already, or an honors, you are already a scholar in the field, because you don't write about God elsewhere. You are writing about the subject. Not that Moshe put a stick and the Israelite pass. Were you there? So you put the exact weight of your research. Manipulating emotions with loaded language to win an argument. You find people putting more things and say, no, but Nelson Mandela said this and this and that. You know, in most cases, we only know few records of Nelson Mandela. Then you said Mandela said it, and you said also Bush said it, and also you come up with lots of arguments that are not genuine to the study. We view things differently, but at the end of the day, the argument or the final or the finding or your argument must relate to the problem. At the end of it, it is the problem that determines the kind of question, the kind of objective, the kind of sampling that you're going to determine for your study. You don't just say 20 people participate. How did you choose the 20% of people? You also need to know about the rest of the population. Reinstating the argument in different terms. Remember, or different way. That's what I've demonstrated. Where you find that you go to your computer, click on manipulation, say synonym, you put something. Then it goes to emotion. What is emotion? You will say a feeling of whatever. Then you go to logical support, you click it, you change it, and then it becomes a restating of the problem in a different way, which is not what is required by plagiarism. Plagiarism is to caution you in terms of the kind of work that you are supposed to be taking and reflecting on the work, using your own words, use your own words, not somebody else's words in terms of portraying your argument. Presenting an argument as having two possible options. An argument cannot have two possible options. It's not a road. When you go to Devon, there's the freeway and an old road. Argument is provided the argument as such in the context of that particular study. There's no two way in that particular aspect. Maybe the argument that you bring in can later on create two different school of thoughts or two different ideas that need to be forward. That is the reason why you find that when you complete your master's and your PhD, you also highlight further study. Why do you highlight further study? It's because the argument that you have found or created create possibilities that there can be a study on again on this, and there can be a study on this based on your findings from your study. Plagiarism, organizational flow, in order to avoid using or being find out that you have plagiarized somebody's work. Logical and structured arrangement of information make your arrangement to flow. From paragraph to paragraph, take your readers on. You cannot just say, I went to town. There was a wedding. Was the wedding in town? But you said the wedding was in Majangole. They don't match. You went to town. And then the next paragraph is a wedding. The next paragraph is UNISU. So there must be flow of everything. And that is the reason you'll find that in social science, for those that are doing social science, it is a must that with your subheadings, with your main heading and subheading, you also need to introduce your reader and say the next section discusses this, or the next section is the presentation of this, the next graph or the graph is all about. All your graph tables must be labeled and they must be interpreted directly, clearly within the context of your study. Your study must have clear objective aligned to the problem. A section that needs to be covered, that is the people presented, these are the introduction, literature review, theory, what do you call it, data, methodology, analysis, from the analysis, recommendation, further study, and all those things. Arrange the keywords, key points, the keywords. Your keywords must be arranged properly, or key point, because when you read from different aspects, you will also take key points that will assist you to find materials about those key points. Consider your audience. It is not about you. Remember, your study must also influence me as a reader so that I can be hooked up, so that I can recommend your study. And remember, if you write a study that is very dull, there's no way that people will cite you. In academia, we become so excited when people cite us. Go to ResearchGate, go to LinkedIn. You will see them say, Mabusela, the number of times I'm cited. Immediately when they open my article, ResearchGate to clock, that's it, cited. If study is dull, I mean, we're not going to do it, you just open it without even reading that particular study. And then edit and proofread. Remember, me and you, we are not English. Me, Mabusela, I'm a Tswana lady. And Setswana is my third language. Setswana is my first. English is my third. Afrikaans is my second language. So be careful when you write. You need to do editing of your study. Why? Because your audience is not KwaZulu-Natal. Your audience is the rest of the world. Immediately when you go for graduation, your study goes to Google. And everybody that opens Google with your name or the title, they will find your profile on your thing. I think it may be, is it the end? No. Then the next one is paraphrasing now. Writing now. Good writing in terms of scholastic writing. And paraphrasing is what you normally do at the writing center. And when you paraphrase, it's the same as when you write your argument. And it's the same as avoid plagiarism by paraphrasing. Paraphrasing, it means reflect on people's work. I think I have an example to show you how you do the paraphrasing. Don't put computer to give you synonyms, but read so that you are able to reflect. At primary school, when we were trying to memorize, you will read and say, if you are from science, who come from science here? Well, you know, the manganese, the potassium, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and all those things. You know the elements. Who has done science? Everybody has done science, biology at school. All of us, because biology was taught. You know how to memorize for an examination? You will say, you know, that element that they use in biology, that science. We'll say, see what kills heavy mighty good. See, carbon, Hopkins, I told it, yes, there it is. We'll memorize it so that when you go to the examination, we'll say, see Hopkins happy mighty good. Those were the elements that we knew that they will come. By the time you write, you already know the letters that you're going to write about because we have memorized it. And then when you memorize, I'll tell you what's the skill that we used to do. But nowadays, you don't memorize, you can get mental block. And then what happens when you get mental block at the you pretend as if you are sick. And so that, you know, when you memorize, you take the first letters, you put them, and then as long as you have read, you'll say log C, so C, and then from there, you know exactly what it means. C Hopkins, Cappy Mighty God. You can check the C Hopkins, Cappy Mighty God. Manganese will do all those things, and that is what is memorization. In research, we don't do that memorization. You paraphrase. Let's go to paraphrase so that you understand it better. Paraphrasing is the practice of rephrasing someone else's work, with ideas, thoughts in your own words. You use your own words while retaining the original meaning. Don't change the original meaning of that particular information because you are now changing the context of what that person is talking about. Like what I put at the first slide in terms of paraphrasing. It is about expressing the content in a different way to make it more conscious, more clear, and to suit the kind of your problems. Then you do paraphrasing. That means you don't take the exact word of that person. There are tools that are artificially intelligent. You can try them to see how it works, practically how it works, but don't use them in your study because artificially intelligent platform or tools or plugins, they are non-reliable. And then the reason you do that, you want that particular information to meet the context of your study. Look at it. Let's take an example in paraphrasing. The novel explored the complexity of human relationship, delving into intricacies of love, trust, and betrayal. When you paraphrase, look how better it is in terms of paraphrasing. Can you see now? It doesn't talk about intricacies. It doesn't talk about trust, what do you call explore. Look at it. The book examined the intricacies of human connections, dividing into complexity of emotion like love, trust, and deception. That's how you paraphrase. And then what happens when you take this into anything, it won't pick it because it is not this. But if you write these the way it is, what will happen? Then it will say red, purple, and put it where you got it and give it a percentage of what you have stolen. This one, there won't be, it will be wide because you have paraphrased it so that it can have a meaning to yourself, a meaning to your study. Remember, you have your own problem. To other people, the reason you go to other people's studies is to support your evidence, to support your argument. They don't determine your study. But the other researchers are there to support your argument so that you also provide evidence to your reader that I'm not the only one who have a problem about this. There are other people who have done the problem, but then theirs were in a different context. Mine is in a different context or from the other person. Consider the following when you do paraphrasing. Understand the original text. When you read articles, where do you start to read an article, guys? If I can give you an article now, why do you start in reading that article to see that that article is important? Guys, it's a Friday. And what time is that on this Friday? When you read an article, how will you know that this article is what you want?
By reading the abstract.
Thank you. You read the abstract, and the abstract, because it is the summary of that article, then you'll be able to see. If it doesn't understand the original context, If it doesn't provide you with the same argument of what you are pursuing in your study, that means that that article doesn't have more relevancy to your study. Make sure you understand the original text of the problem, original text of the problem of the other person, guys. Before you attempt to paraphrase, because you can paraphrase something that is not aligned to what you want. And then you are now contradicting what is your problem in your study. Remember, yourself is to provide an argument that will make your reader to be more focused, or any person using your study to be more focused on what they are reading. So your argument is the most important aspect in your study. Use your own words. Don't copy, don't go to artificial intelligence, your own words, your own word of mouth. This implies that if you use this particular aspect, you'll be able to do this. Use your own way. Remember, guys, don't check your spelling, don't check whatever. The more you want to be perfect in your writing, the more you're going to lose it, the more you're going to get an impression. An editor will assist you, and your supervisor also need to read your study. Yours is to write about your argument so that you avoid mental blocking. Be conscious. You must be clear and conscious. Avoid unnecessary complexity. Jargon, challenges. You're not debating. At school, you can bring a lot of things when you are debating, because the reason why in a debate or session you will bring more jargon, more weight, is because you want people to laugh about the other opposition contenders in that particular aspect. But here you are writing scholastic research, you are writing an academic paper. It is a master's or a paper for publication. Cite your source, provide the proper citation. It depends on your direct code. It depends on the approaches or techniques that we are using. If it is Harvard or APA, follow them properly throughout your test. Time is running out. Ne? It's gone. But he stole mine. He stole my time. Avoid plagiarism by not copying from direct text. Use quotation mark. Quotation mark is then to put here, and then you put the name of a person. Practice paraphrasing, guys. If you know, these people that are very creative, you write, you put it in a different way, and then when you read something, you also reflect, or you close your eyes, or, oh, what does this paragraph say? And then you write something aside, and then through that, you are practicing how to do paraphrasing. Then paraphrasing mistake, this is my last one. Try to avoid errors such as retaining the original structure, as long as you don't lose the meaning. Replacing words with synonym does not work. It don't work. Changing only few words, there's a problem. Altering the original meaning is a challenge. It's already plagiarized. Not adapting to the paraphrasing content and style, it's already a problem. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, students. Thank you for inviting me, myself. We have a writing center. If you have a challenge in paraphrasing, consult them. And also, ma'am, before I leave, I will want you guys to, have you seen something like this? Who has done something like this? Guys, please, we'll want you to scan this and then respond to the questionnaire that you'll find in. Scan it with your cell phone. Immediately when you put your camera here, it will take you to a link. Click on that link and please provide us with information. And thank you very much, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, those that are online. Thank you so much, Prof. Mabushela. That is a scholar that has a passion. You can see that she really is a true supervisor. She really went through the most important aspect that also touched to the plagiarism issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Nicolaides, we are making a request. we are making a request based on the time. Is it possible that we move your presentation after Professor Fon, because he is going for another meeting? Is that okay? Prof. Nicola does. Prof? Prof, can you hear me? Prof? Prof. Fon, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Prof. Nicolaides. All right, I'm going to speak to him privately. Can we now allow Professor Fon, Professor Fabian Fon, to actually talk to the challenges faced by the postgraduate students at UniZulu, and then after that, we are going to now go back to Prof. Angelo to actually cover the ethics part. Thank you so much, Prof. Fon.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, confirmed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not feeling my voice is not very good today. I hope I will be able to have managed to chat and to discuss with fellow students easily. So colleagues, good afternoon. Fellow students, I'm greeting all of you, and thanks for making yourself available and joining to make this day a success, of which I've seen many other colleagues have been already doing. So my task was to look at some of the challenges that the fellow students are facing on campus. And I decided to take another way around it. So I hope my presentation is going to share more light on what I managed to put together. This is how I'm going to approach the talk today. I'm just going to quickly look at what is a challenge and look at what is faced, how these challenges are faced by UniZulu students, and what I can probably put along the line as mitigations to these challenges. I'm hoping that there will be staff around also from different offices, being the Dean Research Office and ethics as well. If they're around, they can provide more assistance during the period of questions and answers. Fellow students and colleagues, if you look at this picture, what a beautiful place to be. This is an overhead picture of UniZulu. And when you look at this picture, you can never imagine that someone coming here would have any problem. You know, there will be no challenges. It would be like a semi-heaven. It looks very beautiful, overhead streets and nicely colorful, oxygen, and so on and so forth. And you look at our library, it's really something else. If you were to look at it from the picture, it tells a lot of story. We will be standing out there, one of the best, Beki Zulu Hall, site view, beautiful, lecture venues, and so on. These are some of the pictures are probably taken when they were created, and they all look beautiful, taking care of each one of us. So just moving backward again to say, what is a challenge, if you were to look at that word easily? And you would find out that most people have a very simple way of putting it. It's something that is probably new and you're finding a bit of difficulties in able to break the code to be able to understand that. And if it is something, if that's the case, then they say it will require great effort and determination to be able to solve that challenge. Not really solve, but others can see it in the academic world as making progress. If we've been listening to Prof. Mabuzela, we listen to Sianda, we all get a sense of we have to work together to make a step forward. It's not really about giving answers, but it's about making a step forward, a positive step. We can only contribute and allow other colleagues to also make input to make the world a better place, to transform the knowledge that we have into something that can be used. Also providing a milieu for discussing these challenges. That is part of solving of the problem. Sometimes some of the challenges can be solved through agreement to understand and say, okay, yes, we have this, what's the way forward? So if you put all of this together, it gives a sense of what a challenge is. Something that is new, difficult, and requires some great effort and determination to be able to come up with the way forward. If that is true, there are some different skills, knowledge, or things that you would need to do to be able to pursue or to be able to mitigate these challenges that we say. It's about, one of the first things is to be able to recognize that they are challenges. But this slide, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this slide because our approach gave us so much data that I don't think we have enough time to talk about it. So these are some of the ideas that we will use: creativity, critical thinking, decision making. Those are all the things that the student needs to be aware, even both student and staff members, to be able to start facing, to man up and face the challenges that are in academia, particularly in UniZulu, for the way forward. So when I got the invite to quickly present, I decided, what is the point of me trying to go on the internet and read about challenges that are facing UniZulu students, or go and get data randomly from the internet to come and present. So I thought, there's no way I'm going to be doing that. We have UniZulu postgraduate students here. They are here. Why don't I decide, why don't we work together to bring out, to talk about these challenges, and then I can help them to present it, provide possible solutions, and the staff members that are sitting here together with us, we join our heads, give possible advice on where to find what is the way forward, what is an attempt to solve that problem that can lead them to accomplish their academic mission on campus. So I decided it was right for me to speak to students. We generate a questionnaire, or we develop a questionnaire, and so you would find out that I had to discuss with a few postgraduate students. We sat together and we developed the questionnaire. You would find out even along the line, they actually took charge. They decided on the kind of questions that they wanted to ask. I allowed them make that decision for me, and I guided. We want to answer such questions. So it was going to be, in that way, it's a realistic reflection of the problems that the students are facing on campus. It is not internet-read problems or so on. No, it's a problem of. However, there are some shortfalls that you would find out in the survey, because we didn't manage to take it across different faculty. It was distributed in the science faculty really well, but I don't think it went across. So the students, the feedback that you'll be getting here, it's a reflection of what the students from the science section. We're hoping that it could be generating more ideas, or is generating ideas or challenges that are also faced by students from other faculties that are not in science. And I wish we had thought about it early to push it out there so that we can get a diverse from all the faculties. But I hope what we have is going to contribute a lot. And then the students also assisted in demonstrating. So the quick questionnaire was sent out late Friday last week, and for students to give me an idea of what to discuss. And these were the different departments that participated: agriculture, botany. Actually, all the 15 departments in the faculty were invited, and it was circulated. And these are the few departments that we got feedback from them. And interestingly, agriculture number was really 29%, and consumer science was also really look good with biochemistry. So they come in play. We have to contribute. We want to tell. So there are other departments that you can see there, but I'm not going to mention all of them. And it was quite interesting and nice to feel that it was a balanced kind of survey. It's not like we chose people, it was just distributed, and for those that can respond, and coincidentally, there were equal number of participation, both male and female. And when we look at the level of the students that contributed to this, we have a lot of master students and quite a bit of honors, and a few PhD that were involved in that postgraduate in the survey. And I was quite amazed to find out that we have quite a bit of part-time students on campus, up to 12% of them. If we manage to go through 50 students and 12% of students on campus are part-time in the Faculty of Science and Engineering, that is huge to have people who are part-time. So there's really need to be some plan to start looking at that number. And it was also really strange to find out that we have postgraduate students on campus at this time not registered. This is something that is not understandable. Why would we have a student on campus that are not registered? So these are some of the problems, colleagues and fellow students, that we have to see it. So some of these problems, after the presentation, you can see me, you can see the dean, your HOD first, there's a procedure of going around with things. We have to understand why we have a student in October and not registered, and how are the students coping? So that's really one problem that I picked up there. I don't think I can provide a reasonable solution there, but we have a lot of heads in the house that would assist in answering that question. Then we looked at the status of the of our postgraduate students. For 50 students that attempted the questionnaire, we have 30% of those students are still compiling their presentation, their proposals. We have a couple of them still about to submit. And so we begin to ask ourselves, out of 50, and we still have students that are still at the data level, how many of them are already doing experimentation? That is a worry for 50 and a few. So we have to keep asking questions. What is the way forward here? So we also asked them, I understood, and they said they would like to rate some of the university facilities, particularly in the Faculty of Science. We look at the library, they were rating it from 1, which was very dissatisfied, and we have 5, which was very satisfied, and 3, they were neutral. You would find, it was amazing to find that, or very interesting to find that our laboratories had a lot of, quite a bit of them refused to even say what they think about it. And you can see there is a line here, which it's really worrying for me. It's asking the question, are our laboratory really good? What is going on in our laboratory that our students have, at this point, we can all see that there's no way. That's a lot of students who are not agreeing that the laboratories are functioning, which could be a major setback. And amazing that Mr. Mabena from the library is doing a lot of work, but our postgraduate students seem to think that the library is not functioning at all. But however, he can be proud to say there are a few others that are saying somehow the library is still doing well. But the number that are saying is not functional, it's still a huge problem. The Writing Center, most of our postgraduate students still think that the Writing Center is not doing good. So the question is, what is happening? In the open sessions where we have questions to write freely of how they think, I think I'll call the library again during the answer sections or question and answer session to actually give an explanation. I would just try to find a way to unveil that when we get there. Wi-Fi strength, it was a major crisis. There is no section that is weaker in terms of satisfied, somehow satisfied, and very satisfied. The students are still lamenting. So the key question here is, our students, do they need the Wi-Fi actually studying, or do they need the Wi-Fi for videos that are not necessary, or they want for entertainment, which Prof. Mabizela has rightly cited that sometimes you need to go somewhere on these, maybe a TikTok, to be able to refresh your mind and come back, which is somehow good. So the key question is, can we provide this for the students? In terms of rating supervision, supervision also is a nightmare. We have quite a bit of our students say they are not going to comment on that. They stay quiet. A few of them were brave enough to say, we are not satisfied. The key question here is, why are they not satisfied? We should be asking those questions. Some of them have already been tackled. I think have been answered by Sienda, by Prof. Mabizela, and others, they will still be coming on. The feedback, there's every evidence here that the students are struggling with feedback. They are not getting feedback from the supervisors on time or the right feedback. And we hear those that were very dissatisfied increase when they talk about clarity. So some of them change their mind to say, no. I really am very, very unsatisfied. What this guy is telling me about supervision, we don't agree, things are not good. So the key question is, why are people turning back towards dissatisfied? Why? What is going on there? So we then ask them, do you have a sponsor? What are the different sponsorships that you come in? And we found 44% of our students do not have any source of funding. Colleagues and fellow students, this would be a nightmare. There's no way we can function without funding. Another key question here is that we didn't ask, and that's supposed to be answered by the student themselves. Did they have funding, and this funding has exhausted without them progressing, and now they don't have funding? Because that is also a key factor to bring about, to ask what is going on to be able to solve this problem. Some of them were actually agree that supervisor provide them with money. Some of them use quite a bit of bursary. And we also had 44 also that had money. So it means that at least some of them are a bit comfortable, but the question is, what is the progress that they are making? This is where Prof. Mabuzela's office can really be proud a bit to say that the students also, without funding on campus or some kind of small funding from their parents, are able to still do some tutoring and are able to recognize it, to say those are some of the things that keeps us going in the very in the academic environment that seems so crude sometimes. We had people for mentoring, internship, and so on. So all I can say is that that office is doing well and is trying to really manage some of our students that are sitting out there with no source of funding, and probably taking them away from some activities that it will be dangerous for them to try and get money to survive. And then we ask, where are our postgraduates? 84% of our postgraduates said they are off campus. Colleagues, That's a nightmare. These are people who are supposed to be on campus. They are supposed to work day and night and morning in the lab, with the exception of those that are supposed to be going to the field, and they are off campus. In the open questions sections, you would be able to pick out what they think and how they are not happy. Of course, the university is doing its best. It's best to provide some kind of accommodation, and a good number of them, only 12% says they live on campus, and we have some that says off campus, UniZulu off campus accommodation. So, colleagues, that's the scenario. The key question is, what do we do in this scenario? We asked them to rate the environment from which they are coming. How friendly is it for them to study? How convenient? And you can see very satisfied and somehow satisfied, and a huge chunk of them are unhappy with their environment. They are not happy. They don't want to be there. But the key question is, why are you here? Can we still find a common ground and make sure that we endure 2 years, finish our master's, finish our PhD within time, and go? Sometimes we have to make sacrifices in life, and those are some of them that you have to think about. I'm sure the university management and the rest are also pursuing this to see how we are talking about your problems. And now we ask them to describe how they feel about their progress so far. Unfortunately, I asked them to use words or single words to challenge them so that we can create a wordy. It was a lot of sentences and so on. So we couldn't get an objective unless we had to recode the data and to make some sense. You can see these are not good enough. It was just satisfied and good. That quite a bit of number of students, but I would allow the free section to answer these. And these are also some of the things that I said they should describe how they feel about the supervision. The students again struggle to come up with keywords that can describe so that we can get a feeling of how they feel. Some of them you could see manage no problems, no pressure problems, nothing. Some says, and so on and so forth. You could pick their sentences, but you also have a sense that some of them are still sitting in the same place. I would be able to share some of them with you in due time. Okay, so let me try and quickly go through some of the open questions here. Staying on campus, as we can see, is one of the things that the students were lamenting. They do not have camp access. They were saying they stay off campus, and that means that if they were to stay on campus, that could help them to access resources and manage their time. Some of them are also complaining that the supervisors, they need quality time, and that supervisors are not giving them. The next one goes to the research office, and it says the bureaucratic processes that are involved in research is a nightmare. I hope the research office through Mr. Sianda try and clarify what is going on there. Now, another place was a space. Most of them were lamenting they do not have a space. The students from the agri department that they were crying that the sections that where they actually have, they do not have a space. So they use a section called a bot center. And often we spend 90% of the time during the days and having meeting in those venues, and they are not happy about it. And their cry is, can they have at least a place to sit to work? They do not have a place to sit to work, which is a major problem that colleagues we should be thinking about. And during the question and answer session, please, those that have good ideas about how to remedy these can come in. Another problem they were talking about is the registration problem period. Students come to school, they don't, during registration period, they would say the system are working when they are not working, and they are complaining that even the workers, they are disrespectful. They need some kind of respect. That should go to the registration office to say what is going on. Can we make sure that the systems come on when they are sure, or they are letting students will come in and they'll spend so much time hanging around, no place to go because they can't have work relationship. I'm glad that some of the students are taking responsibility by agreeing that they have to improve on their work relationship with their supervisors, as you can see. So it's not a one-sided affair. As much as they are blaming us, they are blaming the university, some of them are agreeing that they do need to improve on their work relationship. They themselves, they have to work to create that relationship. Access to articles. Mr. Mabena, this is your office. You have to explain this. There have been so many workshops calling students to come in because we are subscribed to so many free journals. Until you know how to use them, then you have access. There are also interlibrary loans and so on and so forth. So colleagues, please, supervisors, talk to your students. We have access. They should not be going around crying for papers. There are also big cries on materials, the laboratories being horrible, the materials not working. Some of them involve training of students on how to use materials, the machines in the lab, laboratory technicians not giving access to them. They are not trained, samples are contaminated, students moving from one department to another, contaminating samples. There's no direct rules of how to work. And so I think the laboratory technicians are sitting in a place where they are well equipped on how to book machines, how to train machines. Some of them even go as far as telling that most of the laboratory technicians, they are unapproachable, they are rude to them. And I don't understand how this was coming across. So I think colleagues and supervisors, particularly supervisors, we need to start talking to the lab technicians, have a dialogue with them to be able to manage our students. Sometimes people come from different places with different ideas. Okay, laboratory facilities, I've already talked about it. The equipment, this is showing up again. Contamination of samples, one of the cry, it's there again. Faster process, I did ask a question, what does faster process mean? But interestingly, there was another one down here who was talking about shorter presentation process. I want to assume that they are talking about the whole proposal development process and to when you get your ethics approval. Some of them have been talking about complaints, how the process is lengthy and so on. But I would want to think that when a student comes with a clear plan and where to go and discuss with the supervisor, it's easy. Sometimes you can reduce that process if the dialogue is there and you get a feedback and how to go. But if you are delaying to give feedback, that also delays the process. That does not also isolate supervisors that are also sometimes delaying the process of one reason or another. But colleagues, you can hear it's a general cry. Our students are talking about it. Are we able to make amendments? Are we able to change our supervision style, make the students our priority to move forward? Some of them talking about lab backup. I don't know whether the analysis that they are doing, do they need to do some of them in other labs, or are they talking about storage of their samples and it is spoiling and they do not have other labs where they can bake and back up those things before they have to go back again to the field to collect some things that are not. And so those are some of the things. And I had a very crucial one here. Someone was saying, fixed laboratory equipment, nothing is working in the lab. I don't know how to emphasize this anymore. That's a frustration of a student who cannot move forward, cannot move backward. And that has been coming up again. One of the reasons that I marked it with an X. And there's another student here who is crying, please just give me an ethical clearance. Approve my MOU for my external co-supervisor from CSIR. No. MOU, I don't understand what is going on there. MOU should not be something that is taking a lot of process. Why is this a process? Why is this becoming a challenge? How can MOU, that is an agreement, becoming a challenge? What is going on? I would advise these students to take it, their challenges to channel these, but I would also think that the research office may want to come in here to assist the students. I don't know if Siana can give a permission during the question and answer advice, give advice on where the student, who the students can talk to, right? Or they can first, I'll probably say, go to HOD if you are not reaching the agreement with the supervisor. They probably want to touch the research, the deputy dean for research before they can get more advice, except they have already breached those routes. Then you can take one more step to Sianda can talk more on that. Ethical consideration reliable, but I want to think that the students are the one taking responsibility here. And I need data for the last chapter. That's the students saying they have to work hard. A lack of equipment is also still coming on. Pace of ethical clearance, the processes is still a nightmare. And one student was bold enough to say, water is still a challenge on campus. We are struggling for water. Load shedding is also a nightmare, distorting our work. And that's becoming a nightmare. The residence issue is still showing up. The library issue is still showing up. But I think that the library, please, Mr. Mabena, if you are listening, if we have a representative here, please share more light because the students demand an answer. We need to understand whether the student is the one being lazy. And I'm sure I've seen a lot of trainings. I've seen a lot of adverts going on. We need to know where that miscommunication is coming from. There's a cry here for, there's still another one on objectives and so, but the students are taking responsibility. It's their job. And so many of them are actually saying it's not the supervisor alone. There's a cry here from botany, any staff from botany, and they can talk about these. The students are saying they do not have a nursery where they can do work on their own. They have decreased some of the writing because it was really long. They are saying we do not have way to do our experiment. We have to beg from animal science. We have to beg from different places, and that is not helping us. Can we have what is being done? Can the research office, can an office here that can provide them with possible answers? We move on to credible examiners. I'm a little bit worried. How would students get involved in understanding whether their examiners are not credible? But those are some of the complaints that are coming in. I have no idea, but I think there are a lot of experienced people here like Prof. Unati that can share more light on that. Payment of articles that they are publishing, please, I really need to understand what is going on here. The research office know about that. Supervisors should have an idea and so on and so forth. So please share more light. The students are saying they are writing and they are not able to publish, and that research equipment, reagents, again, Wi-Fi still coming up. The students are also taking responsibility that they need to work harder. Going down to some of the problems, again, they are taking more responsibility that they are going to be working hard to solve the problems. They have to engage more with their supervisors. And there's another cry here, supervisors, you don't have sympathy for us. Why don't you have sympathy for us? We attended the teaching and learning conference, and one of the things that people kept shedding light on was the Ubuntu pedagogy, humanizing that pedagogy, making sure that we find a common ground. And if that was in place and that was a major mitigation strategy of these challenges, supervisors can sit down again, look at the strategies and say, where are we going to? Probably that will help. However, where are you meeting your students, supervisors, fellow students? And there's something that I highlighted here, supervisors to give feedback. They do not give feedback on time. Supervisor is not giving feedback and the student is mourning. Guys, go back. You don't ask for the supervisor to give you feedback immediately, but you also need to know that there are time frames. But if your time frame is over, please go back to the supervisor. What is going on? There should be an agreement. There should be some discussions for the way forward. Some are also requesting for funding, which we have already tackled. And then we move again forward. They're talking about the memorandum of understanding that was signed between students and supervisor, it is very clear, set time limits, or when you get feedbacks. Those are some of the things that you can get hold of it and say, supervisor, you agreed on this. And you can discuss that. Where you don't reach agreement, it can be discussed with your HOD. And to be frank with you, once those things are picked up, even you, the students, reminding the supervisor, I think there will be something to be done. Yeah, students are crying for laptop and so on and so forth. I think they should have laptops that were provided by their fundings, but for the fact that quite a bit of them do not have funding, so that's also a nightmare. The writing center is the culprit again here, where a student is saying that they do not have access to writing center. They are not doing enough advert. And writing center is not replying. Could someone tell them to respond to our emails? Writing Center is not responding to their email. The question I will ask Writing Center is, dear colleague, do you have these emails? Have you received this email? And if you have received this email, why are you not responding to them? Do you have an alternative email that you are not using, that you are not responding to students? Please, the Writing Center is here and they are in a good position to talk about that. And I have seen them in a good number of time, adverts and so on, talking about it. Is it that the outreach is poor? Is it that only supervisor has seen and not giving? Is the Writing Center sending emails through university students' accounts and they are not reading or they don't have access to it? Please, Writing Center, come to our rescue. The students are crying. On that note, I'd like to end here because we're running out of time. I don't want to go back to my first slide where I'm talking about the skills that are required, like a creativity, thinking, identifying first, be able to do that. So on that note, colleagues and fellow students that made this day possible, I would like to say thank you to all of you, and I will rest my case for the time being. Thank you very much.
Yes, you are getting a louder clap from the audience because you are touching on their challenges. Thank you so much, Prof. Fon. I am just going to make an announcement that Professor Angelo Nicolodes will not be presenting.
Sorry, Hannah, I'm sorry, I've managed to make a change with my appointment. I've come back on now. Sorry for that.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, Prof is here then. Prof, please take the podium and give us your presentation because it's quite important on research ethics and its integrity. That is very, very important. I think Professor Mabusela earlier on, she also touched on the importance of really complying in making sure that we don't take other scholars' work for granted. What is it that we need to bring as the emerging scholars so that we don't get to be charged for plagiarism or maybe not be accused of not respecting our participants? Over to you, Prof. Thank you so much for making time.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Prof, confirmed. We can see it.
Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I just had some other appointment as well, which I've just managed to change. Well, welcome to everybody and good afternoon. And my aim is to basically provide a very basic understanding of the key ethical research issues and principles that are relevant to most of the studies that you will be undertaking. And this refers essentially to what is right or what is wrong when you conduct your research. Whatever you undertake must conform to generally acceptable norms and values. And what you do must always be morally acceptable. This is critical. And a researcher has an obligation to search for truth, and the highest standards must be sought. And there's obviously a need to indicate limitations and the constraints, and of course, the validity of one's research. If you look at this particular diagram on ethical principles of research, if we start at the left-hand side, well, first of all, there are 11 principles, as you can see. But if we start at the left-hand side, we see there's integrity. So what does this mean? Integrity essentially means that we have to be honest, We need to have moral principles that guide us in our research. The second one there, competence. That means clearly the ability for somebody to be able to do something efficiently and in a good sense well. Then non-maleficence refers to not doing any harm to anybody that's a participant or a respondent to your research. The justice aspect refers to fair and equal distribution of benefits and risks in participating. So any of the participants need to be covered. We'll go into more depth as we proceed. Dignity, respect for people. Clearly, that's very important. The center one, beneficence, means we need to benefit others by promoting the welfare of society in the research that we conduct. The confidentiality in the bottom right-hand corner refers to how identifiable is the study, how private information is going to be handled. The privacy refers to protecting the rights of individuals. The autonomy is allowing the respondents, the participants, to have their own decisions, take their own decisions. The honesty aspect clearly refers to being truthful. And of course, then the responsibility that we have is to meet very high scientific and ethical standards that respect and protect the participants in any study that we undertake. There must be no room for misinterpretation or misrepresentation or in any incomplete disclosure of findings that actually come out of a study that you undertake. And the critical aspects are that truth is a universal regulatory principle that you need to abide by in whatever you do in your research. The researcher must be truthful with all the beneficiaries and respondents and the participants about the findings and the methodology of the research with other direct and indirect stakeholders. There must be integrity. This means obviously honesty and sincerity. So you keep your promises, you fulfill your agreements that you have, you don't give false expectations, you don't make false promises to the respondents, you don't abuse the data, you don't change the data that you find at all, because that would be falsifying the information that you've uncovered and unpacked. To have objectivity in the study, that's avoiding bias in the design of your experiments, your data analysis, your interpretation, and any other aspects. And of course, you also need to indicate the limitations and the constraints of your studies. And most importantly, why is your research valid? You must be guided by the principles of integrity. That's what I'm saying, all the way, and objectivity as you pursue the truth in your study. You need to work to the highest technical standards. So you cannot make any alterations or changes, for example, in the final observations that you come up with. And a key thing that you have to consider is informed consent. This means that a person knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently gives consent to participate in the research that you are undertaking. Informed consent is related to the autonomous right of the individual to take part in your research. So you need to inform the participant about the objective of your study, what their role will be, is there any possible harm they will have or any benefit that will come to them? And these things are quite important. So you need to obtain this informed consent by giving the participants clear and comprehensive information about your study. This then will include things like, for example, explaining the purpose, the procedures, the potential risks, the benefits, and any alternatives available. So the participants then must have the opportunity to ask you questions and fully understand the implications of their participation in your particular study. You should then document the consent process, and that means you have to get a written consent. They have to sign a document, and you have to ensure that the participants have freely given their consent and have the option to withdraw at any time. And that means they can't have any repercussions coming back to them. That's critical. They need to be well informed. I can't explain that any stronger than that. My sister's an advocate in the court, and that's really very important to have them well informed. In other words, they need to know what's the introduction and objective of your research, what's the purpose of the discussion you're going to have with them, what are the anticipated advantages, the benefits, even the harms from the research, what's the use of the research for, what is their role specifically going to be in the research, What methods will you be using to protect the anonymity and the confidentiality in the study? They must have freedom not to answer any question. They must be free to withdraw at any time that they want to withdraw from your research. They need to know who to contact if they need additional information about the research. And this means then that we have to respect the respondents' autonomy, and we need to particularly respect those who have diminished autonomy. In other words, people who are dependent or vulnerable must be given security against harm or abuse. We need to really take care with that. Autonomy means that where those are capable of deliberation about their personal goals, these should be treated with respect for their capacity for self-determination. In other words, if you're going to be basically, first of all, asking a child some questions, you need to get the consent of their parents because they're underage. That's the first thing, or their caregiver, whatever the person is, whoever the person is that's basically looking after them. That's critical. You need to protect their anonymity as well. You need to make sure that any other information about them that can reveal their identity is in fact not given out at all. And maintaining confidentiality is absolutely vital. Everything should be kept secret from other people. They should be anonymous in your study. Everything must be confidential, everything except what they share with you. And that means we have to look at the issue of beneficence. By that, we're saying we must maximize the benefits of the participants, minimize any harm they could have, treat them ethically and respectably, and make efforts to secure their well-being in the course of our interviewing or whatever the case might be. We need to have non-maleficence. This means the principle that we dictate no harm should come to individuals must be adhered to as a result of their participation. No harm. So we need to minimize risks. We need to responsibly publish to promote and uptake research or knowledge when we write articles. That's also in a sense relating to the non-maleficence. A lot of people write an article and then they use the same article later on. They change the title and maybe the abstract a bit, and they tend to get away with that. And that is not acceptable. It's actually considered to be a fraudulent activity, and it should not happen at all. A very important other aspect is confidentiality. What do we mean by this confidentiality? Confidentiality, of course, will refer then to the researcher's respect, protecting the participants, because you can directly influence the quality and credibility of the research if you're not protecting their confidentiality. And in the introduction and objective of the research, you need to make it very clear in your discussion what you're going to do, how you will proceed, what are the advantages, what are the benefits, what is their role going to be. You need to let them know they are free to leave at any time that they wish to leave. Which method will you be using to protect anonymity and confidentiality? They must be free not to answer any question if they don't want to answer a particular question. You also need to then look at the issue, which has been brought up earlier, of plagiarism. I'm going to raise that again because it's a critical issue. We need to be committed to upholding the highest standards of academic integrity. So we can't pass off somebody else's work as our work because, as I said, that's fraud, it's theft. So text, figures, tables, all ideas need to be cited correctly and referenced correctly, as you heard from the other speakers as well. Direct quotations must be put inside quotation marks and attributed to the original source. And all the paraphrased content must be correctly rephrased and credited to the original authors of a particular document. So avoiding plagiarism is one of the basic ethical considerations in research. And all research is constructed on previously published work, and many researchers end up relying too much on the work of others. We need to be very careful that we don't fall into that kind of trap, and it's very easy to fall into that trap. But violations of this ethical consideration in research generally happen because somebody is not experienced or skillful enough, and they forget to correctly cite somebody or a source that they've got from the internet or whatever the case might be, but that's still plagiarism. It can still cause you immense problems. So you need to acknowledge people who contribute to your research, properly citing all the sources used in the research, and avoid any direct copy and paste of text from other sources. You cannot make up data and falsify data either. If you fabricate things, making up the results, this is manipulating or altering data or results, and this is seen as a major ethical violation. Do not make up data. Do not exaggerate findings. Don't in any way try to mislead readers with vague or contradictory explanations that you might think of. So it means we need to be honest, and we need to state all the aspects of our research and the results accurately. And we should never exaggerate the findings that we find. Because, my dear friends, if we are found guilty of this kind of problem, falsifying results, you can be penalized heavily. You can be suspended, expelled, you can face rejection from all your peers, you can even go to jail, believe it or not. And all this will impact your credibility as a student and a researcher. So take time to review your work carefully so that you can identify and get rid of any inadvertent errors in the presentation of the data that you put forward. And this means you need to keep a full record of your research. So you can go back and check on certain sections if you need to do that. Another important aspect to consider is what we call a conflict of interest in research. Conflicts of interest take place when there are competing obligations, personal values, and let's say standards or professional interests in your study that can compromise your ability as a researcher to be objective. And if you don't recognize or declare a conflict of interest, it's unethical. You could be working for a company and they say to you, okay, we know that you are researching some of our products, but don't tell everybody this product is bad, even if you know it is bad, and we'll give you an increase of X amount of money. Well, clearly that's fraudulent activity. It's a criminal offense. But you need to identify and disclose any and all potential conflicts of interest when you submit your work. You also need to keep aside any kind of personal bias you might have. You need to be objective without letting your own opinion or your cultural perspective influence the research study in any way. And this means that you need to be vigilant. You need to avoid any kind of discrimination and focus instead on the scientific competence and the integrity of the people that are involved in the research with you. And then you will need to discuss your study with your peers, and then your supervisor will need to assist you with your research plan and the data to see if they can identify any kind of possible bias. So before you start your study, make sure you meet ethical considerations in your research methodology. Make sure that you've got the important ethical considerations of the research. Have a detailed research plan that reduces harm to subjects and maximizes benefits. And of course, you need to also not duplicate things. So when you submit something, as I said just now, to a manuscript to a journal, for argument's sake, don't let this be something that has been published before. Be very, very careful. Essentially, you need to earn the trust and support of your peers, the supervisors, and the wider community. Then we look at the object of the participants that you're going to be using. In all aspects of the research, from recruiting subjects to collecting and storing data, the risk to the research must be minimized. And students are strongly encouraged to design their projects so that they are minimal risk research. This means the participants will not face any kind of harm or discomfort more than what they would encounter in their daily lives. And the students need to be guided by their supervisors with this, obviously, and you need to ask a lot of questions about this. If, in the opinion of the student or the supervisor, an intended project might be greater than minimal risk, the student or supervisor must seek the advice of the research office, because risky research is a mega problem. Recording and storing of data, for example, that kind of data, the information can be risky if the data is sensitive. Some information that's disclosed could lead to harm for a participant. For example, if there's sensitive data, information about some criminal behavior, or information about some work-related actions that, if they are known, could damage the employment prospects of a person, information that could be known to create some kind of stigma or exclusion, and of course, information which may be against the POPI Act, the Protection of Personal Information Act of 2013, has to be kept out of your study. Information about financial or legal aspects of a person's individual life, because if it's publicly known, this could lead to like maybe a court case and the person could be then charged with theft or fraud. And data that can be sensitive in one context and not in another For example, if you look at like political opinions that people might have about something, these are risky, especially in politically challenging times, like before elections and that kind of thing. And of course, the other issue that's critical here with the risk is that if you are dealing with a topic that relates to emotional or psychological trauma, this could be a risk when the respondents are asked to describe maybe a painful event in their life or a stigmatized identity they do not usually discuss otherwise. The personal experiences of respondents can be potentially traumatizing themes in interviews. I've seen that over and over again. And a good strategy is to interview individuals who already talk publicly or regularly about previous trauma in a particular field. If you're asking somebody about how dangerous was it, how did you feel during the floods? Or how do you think you might feel? Perhaps you should ask somebody that's been through that kind of horrific experience a couple of times, because you don't want to bring up memories in people and create some kind of problems. So you need to be very careful when dealing with participants about painful experiences. You should be aware that interviewing participants regarding emotional or psychological trauma, especially when the interviewer is inexperienced and not sufficiently trained, will definitely present a greater than minimal risk to the participants in your study. Then, just to give a broad recap, I don't want to keep you the whole day. All research activities should include an informed consent process that identifies the researcher, that describes what is being requested of the person, that clarifies what the person is going to do and will not have to do, and that they will not get any kind of payment to participate. It's all voluntarily. It explains risks or uneasiness that they may be faced with, the potential benefits to the participant, the community, and of course, to scientific knowledge generally. And of course, you need to be getting the information about, where they're from, what community they're from, and so forth. And so to sum up, you need to protect the rights and welfare of the human being and also animals when dealing with animal participants. Students should design minimal risk research activities. There must be special attention paid to the potential for risks in research involving certain activities, as I've said in the last slides. Students who wish to gather information about the vulnerable population should consider interviewing spokespeople and expert informants instead of members of the vulnerable group. Parental consent must be obtained for minors to participate in research. So the minor needs to give you assent as well. They must be willing to do it. They mustn't say, no, I don't want to do that. My parents can't force me. And then if the child says something like that, you cannot use them. That's against the law. No student should undertake research activities without first consulting their supervisor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much again, Prof. We know that you had to go through trouble because of the passion, because of your commitment and the respect for the postgrad students.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome, and I would be quite happy to do a 1-2 hour workshop on this stuff in much greater detail at some point when you need me. That's no problem at all. But I really apologize that, sorry that this went a bit late, but these things got a bit out of hand. But anyway, I wish you all a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Research Office is taking notes. I'm sure they will be inviting you shortly. Thank you so much, Prof. Right, ladies and gentlemen, online, thank you so much for your patience. I know it's not easy when you are online and the physical also becomes tiring, but thank you so much for your patience. We are now going to our last speaker. I know that in most of the speakers, they were sort of referring to Posca, you should. Posca, you're supposed to. Posca, this is your responsibility. And I think also the presentation from Prof. Horn was also touching on other issues that maybe Posca is going to be responding to. So I'm going to be inviting Mr. Tebo to come and give a postgraduate student participation and Zulu. I think that is the voice of the postgraduates. Over to you.
Today, I learned the importance of having a coded relationship with your supervisor. Imagine if I say to my supervisor, no, Prof, today I have a physio in my chapter 2. only to find that we are both invited into the same event. She's directing and I'm here to speak on behalf of postgraduates. So I think having that relationship, that honest relationship, and just that relationship is very crucial. So as Professor stated, currently the Secretary of Postgraduate Student Association. Sorry. So I'd like to firstly greet our DVC, Prof. Unene in absentia, to greet the Department of Research and Innovation, Mr. Mangale, the manager and the whole department. We really appreciate you inviting us to this very progressive, very productive engagement. Our collaboration, our partnership really pays off because we've done so much together, and I hope the incoming structure will also take that part. I'd like to formally greet my supervisor, the program director, and also just greet cordially greet Zuleni Tete, and the reason why the secretary, and the reason why I'm presenting is because I really appreciate the work that is done for postgraduates. Yes, postgraduate artists. There's one person that has always been answering our call whenever we need anything from the SLCS, always been even the burning issue of funding. We're tirelessly working in terms of getting that most funding. Still in the process, there's miscommunication between ourselves and the university, but between our collaboration and this office, I think we're able to achieve that. And also greet who is Spelele Gianni, the former president of POGSA. It's always warm first to have those that have led before you to give you wisdom. Even with regards to the constitution in POGSA, we now have a constitution. It's within the SSD because he's currently doing law. He played a very significant role in helping us structure the constitution, which then was we send it to various former leaders for them just to have a look at the constitution, and he was one of the few people that gave us feedback in terms of structuring and completing the constitution. So we really appreciate that. So that's where I'm sure you've been hearing POGSA this, POGSA that. I'll introduce the team after my small speech. I'll be very short in terms of the engagement. But firstly, I want you to understand what is POGSA, what we stand for, and why it's very crucial for us to talk about collaboration and partnership. And this partnership with Research Office is the reason why we're here today. So first and foremost, I'd like to just state because POGSA is a politic organization. So it means we're a non-political organization. We are mandated by postgraduates. Our biasness is towards all postgraduates who are registered on the particular year. Like our administration from 2022 to 2023, we are mandated by the postgraduate students that were registered in 2022 and for 2023. We are only biased towards postgraduates from honors up to postdoc. So that's who we interact with. That's who we speak for. So Postgraduate Student Association serves as a voice for postgraduate students. It acts as a platform for students to express their concerns, ideas, suggestions, helping to bridge a gap between students and administration. Direct communication is essential in ensuring that unique needs and challenges faced by postgraduate students are effectively addressed. Another critical role of the association is of fostering a sense of community and belonging amongst postgraduate students. The student advanced degrees can often be an isolating experience, but through organized events such as workshops and social gatherings, the association creates an opportunity for networking, collaboration, and sharing of knowledge. This has always been our primary mandates and objectives. This sense of belonging not only improves mental well-being, but also enhances the overall educational experience. Moreover, the association plays a key role in professional development, as we know that we organize seminars, workshops, even the famous coffee break sessions that Mr. Manuel was speaking about, spoke about. A lot of the tools that we use to enhance collaboration and also just for students to come together, postgraduate students to come together, know each other, and promote an environment, a conducive environment that would allow us to collaborate. In addition, the association is instrumental in advocating for the rights and needs of graduate students, such as affordable housing. As we know that those who may have seen us on February during registration, we were there, and ensuring that majority of postgraduates are housed on campus. As you know, there always issues every now and then. And when we are going to be recessed, we are there, ensuring that postgraduates are not chased out of campus. That is some of our responsibilities. Research funding, as we are going around asking, begging for people to assist us, or organizations to assist us with our financial issues, as well as creating a platform, a conducive platform for postgraduate students. As you know, this is a student-driven structure. It's a student-for-student structure. Hence, it's very important that we are always engaged with you, and there's always that platform for feedback, as well as us making sure that we are easily accessible, which was actually our primary. I'm not sure if we were there when we went to our Indizo last year. Part of our plan of action would say that we want to make POGSA accessible as possible. And obviously we've managed to achieve some, and we're still working on some. So in conclusion, the Postgraduate Student Association is an integral part of the university community. Its role is in representing, connecting, developing, advocating for postgraduate students, and of paramount importance. It's only enhancing academic experience but contributes to overall and reputation of the institution. Now, I always speak about collaboration, and I'll tell you why I think collaboration is very important. There's a structure that I also do outside of the POGSA, and I won't talk about it, but Mr. Manuel and Prof. needs to know about the structure. It exposes you as me as a student to all other universities, all 26 universities in South Africa. Now, me being part of that structure or being part of that organization made me realize that all universities, there are a lot of challenges that we both share, either from UCT, Stellenbosch, or any other university. Therefore, and we do have also other strong qualities as a student from the University of Zurich. Therefore, it boosts my confidence. I can stand in front of them and articulate my view, and they're able to appreciate that view. So that's how collaboration exposes a person. So that's why we always preach, do not sit in silos, go out, collaborate, even with papers, thesis, collaborate. So that is our pillar strength as POGSA. What we have done is, in terms of collaboration, we've went out and spoke and went in an outreach program to hence even today, I don't want to say my presentation is strictly based on the students. I also want to say that to all those speakers that have spoken before me, I'm also doing this presentation to you as well, because I think you need to know who we are, so that we don't do repetition of progress, because we all want the same thing, all are striving for the same goal. Hence, it's very important for that collaboration with the research office. We sat down when we had our plan of action, we presented the plan of action to them. We also invited the deputy deans, but obviously knowing that the deputy deans are always having tight schedules, it's very difficult to get them all in one place. We presented our plan of action so that they also understand our line of march, our thinking in terms of what we want to achieve. We built a relationship with the research office, which is very conducive, and we also were able to share programs. We engage community engagement. Why community engagement? Because it's crucial that because we are the ones who go out in the field to communities and do research to understand the ethics of going to a community. So hence why the relationship is very crucial. To the international office as well, we like postgraduates to be exposed to that office. I always say whenever I'm given an opportunity to engage postgraduates, that it's very critical that we understand the roles of the international office. Part of the coffee break sessions was we're going to invite them so that they explain themselves and the opportunities that they might bring to us as postgraduate students. The library, the writing center, where initially it's very crucial that we also have that relationship I hope they're still here, because part of what they want to communicate, as we saw in the study that was presented by Prof. Fon, is that they have problems, but students are not responding, or they're not responding to those problems. So we need to have that relationship, sit down and say, how can we articulate this? So we need to have that relationship with library as well as the rights center, and then convocation. I know that things are said at the moment. There's an AGM going that will take place on Monday, but I want to assure all postgraduate that we as POGSA have a very high interest in that AGM. And the reason why is that we've always relied on SRC to pass information, because we as POGSA, our influence is limited, honestly. So our influence is very limited. There are certain meetings that we don't sit in as an association. So we need to lobby SRC, we need to lobby convocation, but we need people that are going to be there that's going to understand our language, and then be able to present that information, that that we are preaching to management, or to those meetings that we go see in. So we would like to engage all officers. So as soon as the results are out, we are going to engage. And just to tell you another thing, I was called by UFS, University of Free State, because I have written something to them, and they responded. They said that they like the concept of convocation meets postgraduates. So we, after everything, we are going to have collaborations and engagement with them. So collaboration is very critical, and we're also building relationships with other universities such as Rhodes. They have a very strong engagement and collaboration with Rhodes University. And the reason why is we want to look at do they have the same challenges as we do? How do they articulate? So how do they try to curb some of the challenges that they have, so that we learn from them? It's always better to learn from people who have been through the situations that we have been through. So University of Free State are very excited in that collaboration. So we are also excited, and also extended collaborations such as other structures such as the municipal diner. Every time now and then we call them to come and engage in NRF. So those are the so that's our duty is to ensure that we expose postgraduate students to excellence. So we shouldn't promote inward thinking, we should promote outward thinking. So that's why it's crucial for us to always engage these other stakeholders internally and externally. Now, there was a survey that was done by Prof. Moen. I really think he did a very phenomenal job as POGSA, and also when we also meet going to our AGM, also going to present this to the incoming structure, that we need as POGSA, okay, this administration is committing that we are going to go to Mr. or Prof and engage on the study and ask that the study is done across faculties, and then we will work on form part of that, and then we will like to form part of that project, and then we'll be able to find a suitable way of presenting the results. Everyone that is involved, like for instance, a library or a research office, can come together, find suitable solution and write reports that I think would really assist, because we are the ones who we've been saying most of the challenges that we've been publicizing, even in our plan of action, some of the challenges that we've written there, it's part of our plan of action, it's part of our challenges that we've been communicating. But it's nice that now they are written in a very scientific way. So it means that the students these challenges that we've been communicating are exactly what's on the ground. So it shows you that POGSA is on the ground. It shows you that we are communicating challenges that are faced by students. But as they always say, that we not only about challenges and about housing, SRC is doing that, but us is to ensure that you find postgraduates in a conducive environment, both socially, academically. So this is basically our role. We are still working on the office. I think the research office is thinking himself that as soon as we get our things in order, they might give us an office so that we are easily accessible. We're still working on an email that is specifically for POGSA, because I think it's really challenging even for us leading. When I came in the office, there was I had to start afresh because there was no trade in terms of where the current POGSA is at now, so it starts afresh. And we are now making strategy of a constitution, which I think is very progressive, because when we came in, there was not even a constitution for postgraduate students. So do engage with us. So currently in this meeting, the executive that is here, I have my treasurer, and please stand up so that you see him. Usmangele, Kumalo, she's doing it. And then we also have who Valentine's, who is my deputy secretary. I think there was also Umuzi Wagiti Tabati. I'm not sure if he went to present to go to another commitment. The other colleagues apologize for not coming in because of others are writing exams, honors, and others committed somewhere else. So, Sibonga Kulu for the invite from the research office. I hope we continue having this relationship and Sabonga Prophet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think when the research office planned this, it just didn't want it to be speakers only, it wanted also to hear your voice. So we have now reached the end of that program where we were talking and preaching, but I think now it's more about engaging you. Now you've heard everything people have presented. So what do you take home or what do you think the research office should take as homework? Because I think some of the issues that have been discussed here, they are not going to be solved overnight. It's just not going to happen. But what do you think you hear and what do you think should be taken forward? In that manner, I am now going to be recognizing I think there were about 4 points that were raised via the chat online. And I'm going to be inviting the research office to just come and respond to those points or those questions that were raised. While here, we will be taking some of the questions. Andile, can you please facilitate maybe take 3 questions from the audience here so that the physical audience, so that when people are responding to the questions, we can also know what are the next upcoming questions. While we are saying that, inviting the research office to come down and take the podium, I also want to say we recognize you current leadership. We recognize you former leadership. We recognize you, Costa. Please, the research office, come through. Ms. Shoba is going to be responding to some of the questions while we are busy taking some questions from the audience here. So please, Andy, let's take some questions and then we'll respond. And then after those engagements, now we can concentrate. Any questions from this side? It doesn't have to be a question, also a comment. It's also so that they can be questions that were on the online. If you can just start with the online questions. The one question was also referring to what role is the research office playing in actually addressing the issue of the students who are off campus. Is the role of the research office or not? Because I think Mr. Mangale sort of responded and saying there are so many stakeholders that are involved. So certain issues, they need to be redirected that, and the role of the research office is to oversee and also maybe to make sure that it's well coordinated. Maybe you can just respond to that. As well as the trainings that are being offered, because one of the colleagues also mentioned something about there was the training that was on online WhatsApp, and then for some reason it was like now full. So they said you must contact, I think this fully just explain about that training. I think another question was about there is the statistician for the quantitative research. Yeah, but what about the qualitative? Those kind of questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'll say good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, it's Norma. And the first question I should think is mentioned about the other stakeholders that are also like involved to take care of our postgraduate students and also undergrad. I should think in this case it should be the SSD mainly on that one, of which those are the people that we also need to get together and have some meetings to also like share some ideas as to how can we make sure that our postgraduates are being taken care of, and to also make sure that those who are like having accommodations of camp, how can we assist them in terms of like getting connections when they want to do their research and all those things that need support based on. And as for the training part, Ms. Nduli, she's not available at the moment, but I think for more questions, she can be able to like respond if they can visit her office regarding all specific trainings. But I think Lungile can also add on that one.
Yes, also to add on what Sister said about SST. We have been in conversation with the FOXA, and they are also aware that the person responsible for such issues as residents is the FXD, and I believe they have also been in communication with them to try and also fix the issue about the residences and also about the students being told to leave campus during strikes and also during recess. They have been in conversation with them, and I believe that they are the best people to respond to such questions. With regards to the training for qualitative training, we do have trainings planned out for the year, and we do ensure that we send out trainings on university notices. What we can say is we are begging you guys, please attend trainings. The numbers that we receive for trainings are so poor. We beg you guys, please attend trainings. Trainings are very important. I saw Ms. Nzize online. She was talking about the training that was sent on WhatsApp. Just to respond to you, Ms. Nzize, if you are still here, that training was communicated on university notices. It was actually supposed to be scheduled for the 24th up until the 26th. But unfortunately, because students were not available to attend, we did send out reminders. We had to move their training. So that is why it was circulated on WhatsApp for it to reach a broader audience, because most of you are on WhatsApp, and we realize that sometimes when we contact you on emails, you'll sometimes don't respond. So that's why we also use an alternative, which is the WhatsApp group. So we use both the university notices and the WhatsApp group, because we see that the WhatsApp group is also assisting us with the help of Angile. He's also helping me on the WhatsApp group to facilitate these training. He shares, I share. That's how we are using that platform. So that's why the training was also communicated on the WhatsApp group. But it does also, the first point that we sent out training is the university notice through the CMD. So yes, I think that was responding to that question right there. And with regards to the qualitative ed, as we have mentioned that Ms. Nduli is the person to contact. She does also send out trainings on the university notice.
I think the other one was about the ethics turnaround process. What is the estimated time?
Yes, so with regards to the ethics turnaround process, I would like Mr. Tim to respond to that one, since he is the man that deals with the ethics. So I will kindly assist. Well, the turnaround time for ethics.
You'll have to come down, and Norma, can you just respond to the question?
There's another question from the floor. I believe the second one was covered. The first one is Rafi asking about the research money that was like given to previously allocated to students for data collection and to support them based on their research, of which now they are no longer accessing those funds. I believe that that will be taken back to the director and the management, where they will need to like sit down and revisit and see how they can like deal with this process.
today, everyone. It's an around process, my ethical clearance. I can say it's 1 to 2 weeks because I process them as they come. So depending on the schedule, Sega TVC, who usually approves, the delay is it's not necessary on her side, but he's busy, she's busy, and side. So usually it's 1 to 2 weeks.
And also just to add, the ethics process does not begin and end in the research office. It goes through faculty first. So it doesn't just begin here once we receive it, and it has to start at faculty going up. So we only deal with the ethics once it comes to higher degrees. And that's what he's talking about when he says it's 2 weeks. Or maybe 3 weeks. Once he receives your corrections, after you've submitted your corrections when you've served at user drink, it takes him 2 to 3 weeks for him to send you back the ethical clearance. However, if you submit to the faculty, it has to go through the faculty first before it reaches the research office. That's why it takes longer for the application to reach us, because it has to start at faculty and then it comes to us. And on our side, we do try to fast track the processes as much as possible. We've tried very hard to do that, but we will also continue to work on our turnaround time as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Are there any follow-up questions from the floor as well as online? I did see another comment there. Let me check. Anyone from here? Okay, there's a question. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Just to everyone, in actual fact, it's not a question, but just a comment. I think it was Mr. Mangala who said as students, as postgraduate students, we should be able to think at a high level than other graduates. I think likewise, it's imperative for the university to do the same and make sure that the postgraduate students are given that treatment almost in everything, because they are the future of this university. If these students are not given that special attention, just I'm calling those special reminders. But if they are not given special attention, it means the future of academia in this university is excellent. I'm saying this because I'm sitting in there's one group of academics, or especially from this university and other universities. How they speak about our university is not good at all. Then we should be making sure that at least we try by all means to mitigate whatever is happening, but at least when these young ones go out there, they still be able to inspire the undergrad to take postgraduate qualifications. Similarly, as they are warranted, that's stressed wherever they are, it means whenever they speak, they don't speak about us. And wherever they are, they don't be young ones. So even if you go outside, because outside they are not paid for being a postgraduate. Even at the university, you are not getting a placement, and yet you are not even almost day in, day out. Then I'm suggesting that if possible, can we prioritize almost? La company, somebody has said la company said, can you go there and mobilize the finance? So at least they take it positive and that encourage to build that.
Thank you so much. I think it's a take-home message more than anything. It's just to say, can we just maybe pay more attention and in making sure that the postgraduate, they feel special, they feel that they are prioritized. And I think based on the presentation that Mr. Mangale made earlier on, I think we should actually applaud in the office, because the way in which now they are trying to provide the instrument so that they can make life easier. I think it's getting to that point of saying, we prioritize, we see you, we recognize it, we value you. So I think we also need to, I think there was also someone there on the chat group who's actually saying, even this session that they've done is actually along those ways to say, you are so important. I think POXA now, the way in which they are so active, is also going to be opening those doors to say, you are recognized, because I think they're preaching partnerships, collaborations, which are actually talking to. So I think in a way, that I think that was just a comment, but I think it's well received. And then there's Yeye on the line. Yeye, are you still? You have your hand up. Can you please give us your question or comment?
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you're good. Thank you very much for a very informative session today. We gained a lot. Thank you very much for the organizing team. It's a good work. Would also love to pay more attention to this ethical clearance issue. I think we can do better, colleagues, especially from the research side. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So I think we can do better, especially from the research side. This thing of ethical clearance it has been there for quite some time now, and until now we haven't mastered it accordingly. So it's delays students, like it's not right. I think we can do better, guys, by maybe sitting together, coming together as a research section and come up with the amicable solution, because it has been there and it's delaying students. Students take years to finish their research work because of ethical clearances, and you can't proceed without ethical clearance. So I appeal with you guys. I'm pleading with you guys to go back to the drawing board and sit down to make sure that there is a solution to this, because it's not doing justice to students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that is another message that is being recorded and then is going to be considered. I think even POSA is also documenting that. Another question from online says, what measurements are followed to ensure that MOU between students and supervisor are being adhered to effectively? Please advise on the process of, that's the second question. Please advise on the process of publishing for free on journals under open access, as it was mentioned that there are easy steps to be followed in the open access presentation. I hope that Ms. Hadebe for the library is there. And then I think for the MOU, maybe you can just respond, because I think Mr. Mangele also earlier on, he did sort of indicate that there are also improvements even regarding the MOUs, and there are certain changes that are actually being put in place, so that now this is not just a tick box, but it's something that is going to benefit both the student as well as the supervisor. I don't know if you've got anything else to add.
Yes, with regards to the MOU, yes, the MOU has been improved, and Mr. Mangele did speak about a section where you and your supervisor have to provide evidence that you really did sit. And we do have a deadline for each year for faculties to submit MOU, so that we can check that process has been filled in, and then we can call the supervisor and the student and find out, why have you not met? Why is this not happening? Because you did write it down and you did agree on it. And if we see that you are not meeting, as I mentioned, that we will call the supervisor and the student for a meeting and find out why is there no meeting between both of you all. So I believe that is the improvement that has been done in the MOU to ensure that the supervisor and the student do meet and do communicate with regards to the proposal.
Thank you so much. Library, are you there? Are you online to respond on the open access? If not, we are going to forward this question to the library, so that maybe they can also organize a workshop around this and share the information. Yes, leadership.
It is program directive of the leadership system.
Maybe come down so that the online audience can also hear your voice. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, leadership. Greetings. One must acknowledge the leadership of the institution, especially the research department. I've been as a junior postgraduate. I was interacting with them when I used to lead in the POXA. I must emphasize the importance of the POXA. to the students. SRC alone cannot address postgraduate matters. What do I mean by that? I mean, Uguchi, imagine being led, SRC led by an undergraduate and expects an undergraduate to understand postgraduate issues. In other words, what we used to emphasize is that a postgraduate association is not a society. It's not a mere society. It is an association. It's an associate of the university. So what I'm trying to submit is their installation, their credibility, and their integrity to be protected by the institution. It matters more because part of the problems that we are having can be addressed by the action office because they are, in fact, they are part of the management as they are the convicant. That's an emphasis that I wanted to submit. Two, the turnaround strategy. I must also applaud the university for putting mechanisms that will guide and monitor the supervisor and the students. I think I must applaud the university for this because it has been a challenge for some time. Just difficult to have I used to have that challenge when in my junior years, when I was a postgraduate, to submit a document 6 years after that, 6 months after that, you are still waiting for your supervisor. So those systems of checking, I think they are critical. They would assist students because there's nothing frustrating or emotionally draining like a student to the institution or to the institutional system where you have a high amount of postgraduates entering into the system, but at the end result, all of them, they are out. They are nowhere to be found. And no one actually monitors why did they become a postgraduate dropout? Is it the system, the environment, is it conducive enough for postgraduates? So possibly we can look into those issues. Like Uno Palawama postgraduate said, we need a collaborative approach into the matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to look for, I think there was just a comment when they were responding about the ethics process that, okay, pointing fingers is not going to help us. I think what has now been done by the research office is to actually give us a roadmap to actually now understand the process better. Maybe that is another task that I'm throwing back to Coxal to say, can you now take this process to the students, to the postgrad students, so that now they understand better? And because at times it's not even starting at the faculty level, it starts with the supervisor and the student. So the student and the supervisor, they need to push the process and then it goes to the departmental level. But if you don't get remember I said, when you are cooking the pot, it goes back to cooking the pot, the fire, those processes. If you don't put the correct wood and the wind is actually blowing into another direction, and then it's not evenly distributed, then it becomes a problem. Why? If you don't write properly, it's going to delay. If you don't interact and engage with your supervisor on time, it's going to delay. If you don't go and visit writing center, the library, and whatnot, nothing is going to happen. So I think we need to understand it into that holistic approach, that we need to grasp these opportunities. The support systems that are put in place, they are for our own benefit. And then you are going to be coming here with a valid reason to say, you are a case now. I explored this particular and I did not get satisfaction. Did you understand? Now it has changed. It's not about now, because we are all going to be saying we are doing our own. It's you say this, no, you're not. And then I'll say, I'm delivering, you are not coming forth. But if you come as a case to say, I did, then we are to blame. Because I think the DVC earlier on, she said, like you were saying, postgraduates are a very important stakeholder to the university quality as well as the mission and vision. So don't take yourselves as if you are not prioritized. You are prioritized because you are the mechanism that drives the university agenda, like you're saying. For us to be seen as quality, we have to be seen through you. So you are very, very important. But at times, the resources, the context does not allow us. But what I love about the UniZulu, you keep on pushing beyond. That is why today they were celebrating. We were awards. Who are we? Who are we? It's because keep on pushing beyond boundaries. Nobody thought, but you made it. So look at the positive at times. Take that positive and say, how can we do better? Because if you manage to do with limited resources, can you imagine when you have massive? But we need to start from somewhere. We cannot just wake up and then have it all. Sorry, now I'm preaching. Okay, I think that was it from our side. You can just now, thank you so much, Komelani Research Office again. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, from online as well as physical, I think I've exhausted the questions online as well as here physical. And now let me just check on Professor Gamede. Are you here, Prof? Professor Gamede is supposed to be giving the closing remarks. So in his absentia, I will close it. Right, in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, when we started with the DDC, who actually welcomed us. And then I think we need to give her another round of applause for actually creating this event for us. Very grateful. I think we are, what you are saying is, we are open because we recognize you and you are a very important stakeholder. I think that's what she said. And then we had the Research and Innovation Minister where he was now presenting and outlining exactly what is it that we have that we need to utilize in order for us to make sure that we get it on time. And if we are not getting it on time, while we have these instruments within our access, what is it that we need to improve on? Right, and then we've got the Miss Bonnie Lobu from the Research and Innovation Office also talking intellectual property. And then she specified some of the departments that can actually now work on looking at this IP, even the funding that we were talking about. Remember, she said, it's not only the researchers who are academics who can actually seek funding. Even yourself as the emerging or novice researchers, you need to also look out for funding, and the Shoba's office is always there to assist us. So let us make relationship with her office. What is happening? What is there for me? What I'm working on this particular project. Can you kindly assist? Because most of you are doing something, but does she know? She won't know if you also don't make yourself visible, right? So this is where now you need to be talking about your IP, because it's very important. If we want to be a progressive university, we are rural-based. And that being rural-based, it's an advantage. Why are we not seizing that opportunity? There are so many problems. We let other institutions to come and take over. We can't be. It's you that is the critical thinking that you are referring to. Problem solving, ability, providing solutions, not just a research that we just publish. Very important. Let's publish, but creativity and innovation is part of critical thinking. Right now, let's go to the library services. This is now about don't cut corners and make use of the available resources for you to publish on time. There's no need for you to say, I can't, I haven't published. They said, even your articles. Oh, is he here? All right, Prof. Kamete is here. Sorry, Prof, I called your name and I could not hear your response. Sorry, can I hand over to you now?
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Am I audible enough?
Prof. Thank you. Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Thank you for this organization. I will say, I just want to thank a person who came up with this idea of induction for our postgraduate students. It is progressive and insightful presentation that we have received. Then I'd like to thank the program director as he's sweating, very energetic. Then DVC in absentia, the manager from research, Mr. Mangele, director from the teaching and learning, Prof. Mabusela, research team for setting the scene. It's very good. Then the presenters, deans, if there are any, and deputy deans. More important people are supervisors for our postgrad students and our postgrad student organization, POSGA, and the student at large. So I just want to greet you all. I just want to go by, I'm going to very short, but I just want to thank the research team for sorting out the issue of ICT at the beginning, and they have moved to CO1 so that they can be audible enough. That is grateful. I also want to thank our program director who introduces the theme very well, and also the purpose for today. It was meaningful. Then I'll start what the DVC spoke about. He said that this is the second induction in the year, but why it is important is because it clears up some of the things, like the systems and processes we're using. It will improve the participation of the students. It will ensure the progress report, also the issues of HDC and research guidelines, and also the rating. So that's what the DVC has outlined, that this is set in order to improve some of the activities or services that are doing in systems. Then I think Prof. Unati, thank you for giving us the purpose. She made use of the scenario of a pot, a three-legged pot, where there is a content in it. But what was emphasized that in the pot, there must be some food that is cooked in, then that is the content. There must be some fire and firewood so that make sure that the food grows in the pot. But what was important is we said students must not overstay in the system. I will say that if students overstay in the system, they become a liability in the institution. So the three-legged pot is smart. Each and every part must work together so that we reach our goal as a system. It's not that it cannot function alone, but work as a system. Then, Mr. Mangele, thank you, Mr. Mangele, for taking us through the HDC and ethics. It was covered. So I think it highlighted a number of things. And what was most touching was that UniZulu as us, as a previous disadvantage, not as one, but previous disadvantage, we managed to win an NRF award. I think we need to applaud ourselves for that one. And also, he looked at the responsibilities of deputy deans. He talked about the lines of reporting. I will pity the team at the research office, because sometimes at faculties, we jump stages and go straight to the research office, whereas those people have got a number of things to do. And as students, we need to know that I'm dealing with my supervisor, and the supervisor is going to report the matter to the HOD, and HOD take the matter to the deputy dean, who will take the matter to the research office. But we jump stages, and some of the delays come to that one, because when we've sent something straight to a wrong somebody, it will take time to come back to follow the staging procedure. So I think we need to honor the reporting line, as Mr. Ngale spoke, and then also spoke about the policies that are being, and he unpacked them. It's very good. So that was very good of him. And I'll go to Ms. Bonisiwe. Then it was about IP. Then what I come out is that IP is a creation of the mind. When you say, because it's an intellectual part, so it means what to develop as an individual. So you need to be creative. But what is most important is IP is owned by institution. Once you are an employee or once you are a student at the university, then you make use of the properties. They are being owned by the university, it's not yours. Then I think that was a home take. And he said people must be innovative to be able to bring solutions to their societies. Then I like when you spoke about it. Have you imagined the donkey in reflectors? But that was saying how people can do, how people can think and put things in action. So that was good. Then I'll quickly go to Ms. Mate Library. He spoke about the open access. Two things, open access and what they call and referencing. When you talk about open access, is that researchers must be able to access your work if you have research open access without any hindrances. Whenever we write articles, we have to pay page fees. But if there is open access, we don't have to pay all those page fees, it becomes easier. And then you talk about this transformative agreement, then that will be followed. So I think they covered a number of things. In terms of referencing, Bob Telezi took us to referencing style, benefit of using referencing, and the types of citation. So I think those are the things that are being highlighted. But as a student, we need to understand what you need to stick to one referencing style and citation style. So then Prof. Mabusela highlighted some of the things. He talked about plagiarizing. I mean, I think that was the whole thing. Then she presented the whole thing. If a student, you must know, you must know what to do and what not to do. But what was the take home is that all work with must be managed. So when you talk about the artificial intelligence is there, it says there to stay with us. The only thing is that we need to make use of it correctly and rightly. We need to manage it. So it's like cancer. We cannot say it is wrong. It's assisting us. We can say it's good because it's a form of plagiarism, but we need to make use of it correctly. Then he spoke of when writing with a new knowledge that people will use. So whenever as a student, we used to say, where is your voice? Where is the gap in a problem statement? Identify the gap. Talk about the gap. Where is the gap? You cannot just write. You need to say, tell us that what is the new information? What is the RICO if I PhD? Is there a RICO in your study? That was true. He also said, check the specialization. When you're quoting somebody else, is that person in your field of specialization or not? So because if it's not in your field of specialization, that will be a problem. So I think I took that one. Then he said, try to manage your stress. And whenever I study, I used to say research is an emotional journey. So when you talk about emotional journey means try to have something as distractors. If you have been studying for almost 8 hours and you continue another 5 hours, then we end up mad, we end up crazy. But have something that will able to take off the load and deviate from this for a few hours and come back, then we reflect. Then I think that was good on that one. The number of things that you said, I'm just highlighting. And Prof. Angelo spoke about the principles of research. That was good in terms of looking at integrity, competency, non-malevolence, justice, dignity, and so on. So it takes us to everything is governed by principles. If you don't have principles, it cannot work. He spoke about the trustworthiness in research, informed consent, respect for persons or respondents, then also spoke about plagiarism, also spoke about conflict of interest, because if you don't declare if there is a conflict of interest, that is wrong. So it means you need to say, I cannot do this because of this. So if, as he said, even in industries, if you're working in a certain industry, you must complete a conflict of interest form so that you say, what is wrong, I'm going to disclose it. It's like, because the bribery is wrong. Then there was spoke about the risk in research. We used to say, is it research medium or low risk or high risk? Then also forward. Then Prof. Fon, he was talking about the challenges. The first thing he said, you must identify whether the challenge is new, whether it's old or difficult, and what it requires. And then he said, you need to be determined to solve the challenge. So if challenges are there, they are a way to grow, but have the way of solving them. I used to say we normally have got similar challenges or problems, but the thing is the way or the means you use as a person then is different. One would say, I don't have parents. I lose my parents in my younger. Then there are two people who can say so. I don't have parents, I'm an orphan. One will solve the problem by getting to church and become the church goer. And one will solve the problem by becoming a drunkard, somebody, staying the cheap in. So they are both trying to solve their problems, but differently. So try to see the ways of solving your own problem, whether they are good or not. Then he said, make effort to be determined. Then he said, some students not registered. Let me say some of the things that come up that was sometimes very painful. When you say it's in October, November, but to find that the students not registered, who's to blame? Is the student? Because we talk about a person who's gone through matric. So it's not in a primary school or in a crèche, but it means we all have to be responsible. We all have to be responsible. So if a student is not registered, that student cannot blame the system, because if a student not registered, follow the systems are not until the end of the year. I doubted that one, how it happened. Postgraduate students are not using library services. Please let us use library services. We might complain, but facilities are there. Let us try to make use of them. If we don't know, there are personnel there who can assist us. And sometimes that they don't use writing center. And when Prof. Mbusela was presenting, everything was good. But when Prof often comes out and said, so what was good that other side, but students are not using it, then we find it was that. Then Wi-Fi strength, that is true. I think as an institution, we need to check whether our Wi-Fi strength can able to take the number of students, the volume of the student. Then what was touching when looking at the diagram, where we discovered that about 84 students are staying out of campus. And then I asked myself, is it an off-campus university or it is in campus? Because if the majority of students are staying off campus, that's a problem. They need to start, the library close it at 10 o'clock, but they cannot move at 10 o'clock. So they need to be out by 6, 7 o'clock. So what is use of opening the library for that time until when most of the students are staying out of campus, because it's dangerous to travel at night. And sometimes I walk around the campus at about 6, 8, 9, 10. You'll find that even the street lights are not there. So these are our students, these are our kids, these are our children, and we need to make sure that they are secured. Then the supervision problem. It's take a long to bring feedback. And I think we used to say in the faculty, the turnaround time should be at least 2 weeks. It depends. And I know to say that it could not be 2 weeks. I'm supervising more than 10 students. I'm receiving a number of documents. I have to arrange them with the first document I receive, the second until the 10th one. So students, you cannot take 3 months to submit. And then after you've submitted, you expect me to bring back your document within a week. I'm not supervising you alone. There are a number of students I'm supervising. So that should be followed. It should be taken into account. So I think was that, and postgraduate students, and I think the students were about the collaboration. The collaboration, as you was putting, it is good because it's sort of benchmarking with other institutions. We are not living in every town. We need to see what other universities are doing and try to copy it and try to make it them. So that was good. I think this one is a burning. I was writing here that we need a postgraduate lab in all the faculties. We enroll students and they don't have space. In fact, we need a full-fledged lab with the coordinator, the full-fledged office in all the faculties. I'll say I'm from education. We don't have even a space. When they come, they flock into our offices. And we've got undergraduate students that have to attend, and also there's postgraduate students. Then I think they come to the point that they need offices, not only offices, but the full lab with full-fledged personnel. Then I think that was my take. On the questions on answers, yeah, the last one. Q's and A's. The role of the coordinator or of coordinators was good, but outside on the one, I've said thank you to the research office for using WhatsApp when there is a call. I think diverting to WhatsApp is that most of us, not students alone, we've got a deleting syndrome. Yeah, you see something, you don't read it, and then you delete. If you say university notices, it's not for staff only. It is for all us as a student. Just read that thing. It cannot be on public domain if it's not for you. So some of the workshops in university notices, but we cannot see them. And which is why, because they have got the WhatsApp number, the cell numbers, then they divert and make use of what call of the WhatsApp, trying to reach the student. I'll say also on that one, on the turnaround strategy for ethical clearance. I'm talking from the office. I think Ulokuzintobe said it's 2 weeks, and Ulungile said it's more than 2 weeks. It could be at least, students, please. It could be at least 6 weeks up to 8 weeks. It starts in the faculties. The document has to serve through the HDC. If it is approved, it must go to the ethics committee at the faculty level. Then that in the faculty level could be a month. Then from the faculty level it goes for noting to the faculty board. From the faculty board it must go to the university high degrees committee. Then also we have to wait something like 2 to 3 weeks. It must go to use rec. After that it has been approved from the use reg, that is where it goes to the research office so that it can issue out the ethical clearance. It's not that to submit today, then you expect it. Give yourself at least a period of a month up to 6 weeks so that you could be safe. But it could not be less than 6 weeks, I can guarantee, if you submitted the FALTA, because at the FALTA vet, it could tell something like a month and it goes up. So I would say to the students, it could be plus or minus 6 weeks to get the ethical clearance if the stages are well followed. I'm not counting the time whereby you have to do some corrections, repeating back and send back, so it could take longer. Okay, the issue of money on assisting students, it's there on the proposal, but according to the research office, students only apply for 2 items now. It will be binding and editing, not for everything. I think as the research office have said, that is on pipeline, but for now, you get your ethical clearance, but when you submit, you only allowed to apply for binding and editing. And the amount of money is stipulated for binding and editing. All in all, it's plus minus 7,000 for that one. That was right now. Then also the issue of MOUs, because they asked, MOUs, it's something between the supervisor and the student. It shouldn't take long. I think why some of the things we are betting it, they are started this year, like issues of trying to look at MOUs. But maybe from next year, the research office will be going very well. But the issue of MOUs between the student and the supervisor, it could not take even a week if things are normal. So that's why I think the research office said, in fact, when I read it, it was like they're trying to ensure that there is progress. I want you to look at the progress report, because some of the students, when the supervisors are in pipeline for a number of years. I personally have got students who reached us in 2019, they come, then they vanish, they come and vanish, because we need to say, students, if we're in masters, the maximum year that you could be in the campus, let's say it's 4 years. After 4 years, go and start afresh. And PhD, because as I'm saying, of course, one student reached us in 2019, will come and go, then you cannot force students, even if you want. So I think these were a few things that one has read. But in a nutshell, I was going to say, thank you to all the presenters who were presented here. A more special thing to you as a program director. And I think I'll end up here, but I couldn't call everybody, but I'll say I thank everybody as an initiative in this aspect. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and I wish you a very nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you, colleagues.
Forget to assist the writing center. Please note what the writing center spoke said.
Yes.
Prof. Kamete, can I kindly see you after this?
If you can run.
I will run.
Yeah. If you can run, yeah.
I'll run, but not like a headless chicken, but I'll run.
Babe Kumete.
Yeah.
Peg is peg. I'm rushing elsewhere. There is a funeral.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm just coming now.
Okay, thank you.
In my long, this on the coach, Yeah, no, right. Okay now. Yeah.